want more. Crime babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Alrighty. Yes, and as the world goes round, the globe ticks. You know what I'm saying? We made it to the new year. I made it. You made it. I hope everybody made it. I hope everybody that, tunes in made it. And I hope everybody in general made it. Obviously, we know everybody didn't. But, hopefully my listeners, hope you all had a blessed New Year's Eve and celebration. If you hold it on this day, some people don't. Hey, Nancy, how you doing? All right. Yeah. Hi to you also. And Happy New Year. Actually, New Year is not held. China has a different date on the New Year. Not only China, a lot of different cultures and, have different dates. But in the society that I grew up in, we hold it on January 1st. And in the country I live in, Denmark, we hold it on January 1st. And a lot of people hold it on January 1st too. People that keep this calendar, right? But having said that, we made it. We here. I had a nice time with family. What did I get to do? I got to have some dinner, with the kids, with the moms, with the family, kick back. I hope you did too, or whoever is in your life that you hold close to you. I hope you had a nice, pleasant evening. And actually, to be honest with you, I'm actually going to go out myself tonight, to see some of my, you could say the people I socialize with when I feel like socializing out on town. So I'm actually going to go out tonight. You know what I mean? Being as though it's actually Thursday. So I think the spot I like to check is open. So, a little cocktail bar downtown in Copenhagen. So I'm going to check that out. And if you too, by the way, you should check it out too. If some of you are in the Copenhagen area, feel free to check in on this cocktail bar. It's one of the best cocktail bars in the country. It's called Dexter's. It's on Old Boulevard, number 9. That starts with an A. So you could just type A Boulevard, if you are confused about how to spell it in Danish. Just type A Boulevard, number 9, and you will be there. It's not too far from the lakes. Pretty much downtown, a 3-minute walk from Rådhus Plaza, the mayor's office. So, or the city council's office, right? So, if you're in the area, check that out. I hope Dex is open, by the way, but I believe so. But in any case, the news goes on, and I've been checking the news as I normally do, and I watch it periodically. Although I had to take a little breather. It is a busy time of year between work, family. My kids are off from school, so there is some extra time to spend with them. So it is kind of busy around this time, but it's never busy enough to stay up on what's happening with the news when you get a few moments. And now I stumbled across some stuff I didn't see in legacy media, which is actually real shit, real stuff, and regarding the Epstein files. I don't know. You tell me if you heard it, right? Let me see here. Susie Wiles, right? I know you know who Susie Wiles is, right? Pre-release access. Democratic Senators Sheldon Whitehouse and Dick Durbin have demanded answers by January 5th, 2026 regarding a Vanity Fair interview given by Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles. Yes. So they're calling her in. I guess this was in legacy media, but it gets deeper. There's some details I didn't hear in legacy media. I heard about this part, but the details I didn't hear. Wiles claims, obviously, that, 2 seconds, hold on. Okay. Wiles claims that she had already read the Epstein files and confirmed Trump's name appears in it. Okay, that's not new news, so that's not what I was talking about. She described Trump and Epstein as having been young, single playboys together, okay, but insisted he did nothing wrong. Okay, that's not the new thing I'm talking about. Okay, now, senators are questioning how the White House gained early access to sensitive legal documents that are still being redacted for the public. That's interesting, right? That's pretty interesting. Now, let me see. Let me start off at the top of here. Let's see. Let me see here. Okay, so the document dump has happened. What is in the files? The heated political battle over why files are being redacted and why the Trump administration is allegedly slow walking the files. 5.2 million new pages, right? Retaliatory veto. Now check this out. This is interesting too. This is within the last day, basically, right? Check this out. Retaliatory veto happened. Trump vetoed a bill on the 31st, 2025. The most striking development in the last 24 hours is the rift within the Republican Party. Yes, there is a rift officially now. Now, check this out. President Trump vetoed a bipartisan, yes, you heard me, bipartisan. That means Republicans and Democrats. That means both. Right. So, for those of you that are extremely partisan and want to, get into I can only support Republicans or I can only support Trump. Well, there's Republicans that's going against Trump here together with some Democrats. Right. So it's bipartisan pipeline bill. This is a water pipeline bill. Think about this. A water pipe. Do you need a new water pipeline in your town? In your part of the U.S., do you need some infrastructure that was already planned to go out or some things that, had partially gone out and Trump blocked? Do you need the president's cooperation, Donald Trump's cooperation on things like water in your town? Yes or no? If you don't, then fine. But for the people that would say yes, right, that might be some of my listeners, right? Some of them, not all. Some of my listeners don't give a goddamn about nothing. Period. You know what I'm saying? But for the ones that do, right? Check this out. Trump vetoed a bipartisan pipeline bill sponsored by Republican Lauren Boebert, right? A former staunch ally of Trump, was one of the key, but she was one of the key Republicans who forced the release of the Epstein files. So what does the Epstein files have to do with clean water? Can't we understand we all deserve water? Can we understand we deserve water? A water pipeline, any kind of water pipeline. It could be drainage. It could be fresh water. And, I don't even know which one it is, but do you need it? I would say before I say no, before I researched it, I wouldn't say no. I would probably say yes before I researched it, since it's hard to come by infrastructure these days. Now, check this out. She has publicly suggested this veto was political retaliation for her role demanding accountability in the Epstein case. So if we just look at that on its face, that means she's saying if you go against Trump for any reason on these Epstein file things, if you do not side with him specifically and only him on this one thing, nothing else you wanted matters. Nothing else, none of your support before matters at all. That's what she's suggesting, right? That's what I get out of it. Now, there's another story. The DOJ is missing millions of pages, right? Right? The Department of Justice missed the December 19 deadline set by the Epstein files backlog. DOJ revealed Tuesday that they have 5.2 million pages left to review. So that's not news. We kind of heard about that, but they're officially coming out and speaking more about it. Now they're saying it's a manpower issue, right? To manage the slow motion detonation, right, of these files. I don't know why they use words like detonation. What is that all about? Slow motion detonation of these files. This is a quote. So this is what they said. The Department of Justice used this language, right? The DOJ is mobilizing 400 lawyers to work through January 2026. So, okay. So I guess they're saying it's going to take another month, right? To me, it sounds like they're going to delay this until after the midterm elections. Basically, that's the key element. You cannot know, American people cannot get the truth, the unfettered truth, before you make another vote for Republicans or Democrats, whichever one you're voting for, right? Yeah, but I myself wouldn't be a person that does things twice, like does incorrect things twice. Like, I make mistakes, but I don't do them twice. You see what I mean? Now, people voted for Trump. They voted for Republicans too, and they voted for Trump over this kind of Epstein stuff, especially this last election. That was a specific thing, Epstein files. Now they're saying Trump basically is not releasing them, not according to the law that he signed. And he's doing it anyway. He doesn't care because he can't be prosecuted, right? So, not him. So he's not even worried about it, right? What it looks like. He doesn't care what it looks like criminally. He's not concerned with that at all, with violating one law, right? But people, I'm just curious about the people that would vote for any Republican that backs Trump up with these Epstein files at this point. I mean, why not just impeach the man? But in any case, the next release, a new is expected on January 20th, 21st. So you got 3 more weeks. If you can last, I can last. I'm going to last because, hey, what the fuck? Why not? Why wouldn't I? I enjoy talking about this stuff, and I'm going to talk about it until past, once this midterm election is over and until there's a new president, at the very least. So until we get a new Congress, a new Senate, and a new president, I'm going to be talking about this shit. Now, not only this, but this. Okay, now, Susie Wiles. Okay, let me see here. Let's see here. Here we go. Wiles claims, right? Let me see. No, I'm sorry. Sensationalist claimers. Exactly. Sorry about that. Right. They're saying the DOJ, their official response to all of this stuff is to the Epstein files, the accusations that are being made that are coming out in the news media, all the stuff you've heard in the news media. And we're going to read some of it because some of it is shocking that it's just coming out now. Right. is shocking. Their response to it is that it's an unprecedented move. The DOJ has started including warnings in the official release. So they just tried to tell people it could be untrue and it could be sensationalized, right? Now, starting that the collection contains untrue. So this is what they're warning people about. They're saying upon this release that inside of it, it is containing untruth and sensationalist allegations. Right. This is what they're claiming. But my thoughts about it is that why don't you litigate that? Why haven't you ever done a report on it? Why don't you do more on these details? I mean, isn't that your job, crime fighting? Don't you want to, and also not crime fighting, but explaining to the American people what has come of it, right? So I'm curious about this, but they're calling it a fake letter, right? Saying that media outlets report on a letter from Epstein to Larry Nassar, right? They're saying that's fake, right? We heard that before. The FBI later labeled this specific letter as fake. So they're saying it's fake, but nobody knows how it's fake. No one knows what is fake. And to me, what's curious about this is that, again, if it's that pattern of both wanting to have it both ways, same thing with Trump, same thing with Putin, but a both ways argument. On one hand, if the letter's not true, right, it feeds into the murder conspiracy concept. Like, so if the letter is people are saying it reads like a suicide letter. Okay, so if they're saying the letter's not true, then what is Kash Patel basing his view that it was a suicide on? Is it not the letter? Wasn't that the letter that he was talking about? Okay, maybe he was talking about something else. But in any case, if they're saying the letter is fake, to me, that seems like that leads towards the murder plot being more real, right? You can't have it both ways. So, but this pattern seems to come up over and over again. Like, no matter what they do, it leads to another bad outcome for them. Like, none of it makes sense. None of the excuses they come up with or arguments make sense, right? Or help them, it seems, right? Because a lot of people, I don't know how many, but a lot of people believe that he was murdered, including his brother. So if the suicide letter is not real, then that means he could have been, right? And there's a lot more evidence coming out on that matter regarding the videotapes. There's more footage that's been released. There's more, I guess you could call it forensic analysis of the footage that people are making now that's coming out. But in any case, the redaction complaints. Survivors, legal analysts have called the current level of redaction abnormal. So the survivors are not even with this. The survivors aren't with it. And is Trump even inviting the survivors to the White House at all? Is he doing that? Like, that was really strange. He didn't do that when he signed the law. Don't you think that's strange? Like, do you think that that's normal? Like, to me, it sounds like if it was such a heroic move that you would bring the victims there to the White House. But Trump has decided that he doesn't want to respond to that concept, that idea of inviting the victims. So the next thing is new evidence of the assembly line. Okay, well, now what is this? Check this out. While much of the media is focusing on Trump's files release in the final days, December also provided chilling details on the mechanics of Epstein's operation. Amazon history. Now here it goes. DOJ records reveal Epstein's Amazon orders from 2/14. Check this out. Matter of fact, damn, did I not take that off of the screen? Check this out, y'all. This is crazy. His Amazon orders, right? Records reveal Epstein's Amazon orders from 2014 to 2019, which include schoolgirl uniforms and 9 sets of high-powered binoculars delivered to his various properties. Damn, that's very interesting. What the hell? Okay, now check this out. The supply chain, binoculars, schoolgirl uniforms to different locations. Okay, I'm wondering, I'm going to find out what were the locations. This is going to be more interesting. But the supply crisis, FBI notes that from 2019 interviews newly unsealed show Epstein complaining that his supply of girls was running low, was running low. Now, check this out. On top of that, people now are saying that in these records, it reveals that Trump was sending from Mar-a-Lago, right? He was sending girls to Jeffrey Epstein, right? And didn't we talk about that before? I was saying this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, the idea that this is only Jeffrey Epstein knowing about espionage and knowing about trafficking, like doing it this way. Because if Trump is his best friend, right, don't people learn from each other? Like, and my thoughts is that when you think about Mar-a-Lago sounds like a place that was run like that. Like you could come there to get massages. He was hiring young girls. So it's starting to look like Trump was in on the trafficking himself. Like, and that he might have even turned. I mean, I'm just saying this is what it looks like to me. Like it could be. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it looks like it could be that he might have turned Jeffrey Epstein onto these shenanigans in some kind of way, because he was sending the girls to him. This is what they're saying. They're saying Mar-a-Lago. They're not saying Trump, but they're saying Mar-a-Lago. Now, let's get into some of the legacy media coverage on this. There's a lot of other news, by the way. There's also, these reports about the shit happening in Minnesota where people keep talking about Somali. This is why I never dig into the racialized stories too much, right? I find them kind of lame, because they always turn out the same way, pretty much. Because people don't do crime according to their race. Anyway, they do crime because of character flaws, which all groups of people, ethnicities and religious people and all types, genders and whatever you have it, people just have character issues, right? Individuals, right? Now, it's turning out that Trump is holding. Now he's claiming to hold, right? He wants to hold funding for Minnesota child care, right? At the same time, they found out that the woman that was in charge of the whole ring was actually a white American woman, right? Which is worth noting since they wanted to racialize it or ethnicize it, make it seem like this was something specific to Somali people and, right? But actually, there's a lot coming out about that story, too. Now, and then what else is there? Let me see here. Let me see. What else did they have going on that's interesting and new that popped out? Oh, right. The CIA has actually come out and said that Putin's comments on Ukraine trying to bomb his home are false. So that's significant in the EU, right? That is significant in the EU because the way Europeans see Trump pretty much is that he has been compromised by Putin, and at the very least has been, how can I say this, working against, basically being hostile towards NATO nations, specifically, right? More so than he's been willing to, crack down on Putin's actions, to acknowledge Putin's wrongdoings. He seems, basically he blames the victim, the people that were invaded. It's their fault. And, and it's the same thing with blaming little girls for being sex trafficked. You know what I mean? Trying to make it seem like they did something wrong. It's the gaslighting type of effect. So it's interesting that the CIA came out, and saying that against Putin, right? That's worth noting. And let me see here. Was there one other story here? Oh, right. There was a big story about a robbery in Germany. Yeah. And on First Sight, we're going to hear about that. And on First Sight, my thoughts is like, is this Russian mob? Is this hybrid warfare? Is this hybrid warfare? This is my thought because, these are the kinds of things that they're known for doing. Is this part of Putin's? What do you think? Is this part of his hybrid warfare? By the way, there was from what I heard, I haven't seen the reporting yet, but I was told yesterday that just in the same day, the same 24-hour period, I believe, some place in Denmark was hit basically the same way, where it used all the same type of tools, techniques, and things like that. And I don't know if it was a bank or some other financial institution, something like that. But we're going to get into that. But let me pull up the first story for us here. Let's go.
I have been reading a lot of comments about Output's
Here we go. Boom.
Maples communicated her concerns to Timothy McDaniel, who worked as a bodyguard for the Trump family and oversaw security at their Florida properties. McDaniel didn't respond to requests for comments. Maples told Trump that she was uneasy about Epstein's presence and that she didn't want to spend time with him and didn't want Trump to either, according to former employees and people close to Maples. But Epstein continued to attend parties and events at Mar-a-Lago. Representatives from Marla Maples didn't respond to the Journal's request for comment. The White House told the Journal that Donald Trump, quote, did nothing wrong. Donald Trump has tried to distract from the Epstein files and is attempting to use the Justice Department to make it no more. But he's facing challenges at every turn. In just 4 days, the Trump Justice Department faces a new deadline. On Christmas Eve, the DOJ announced that they had millions more Epstein-related documents in their possession. Now the DOJ must answer to the House and Senate Judiciary Committees as to why they're still hiding documents from the public. The Bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act also says the DOJ must give Congress a summary of all redactions. The DOJ is, of course, trying to push back against the law, which demanded all documents be released by December the 19th. But members of Congress won't stop pushing for the full story on the Epstein files. Today, Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee sent a letter to Donald Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles,
What's up, Lisa?
inquiring as to how she had read the Epstein files and confirmed that Donald Trump's name appears in them. And our next guest, the Congressman Ro Khanna, has confirmed that he will be filing inherent contempt proceedings against Pam Bondi once Congress returns to session, and will seek a special magistrate appointment from SDNY to review the DOJ's redactions in the Epstein files.
Oh,
leading off our discussion.
Yo, what's up? What's up? I am Santa Merte. I am Santa Merte. And Lisa, what's up, Lisa? Yo, this is ill. I think, I don't believe that this is going to inspire Republicans or MAGA voters largely. There's a core base. 30% of Trump supporters are going to support Trump. Like he said, no matter who he kills, what information has been revealed are just going to be that way. Right. But I think, and I don't think Congress is going to do anything. I don't think they're going to do anything until the elections, no matter what information is revealed. But right now, the information that is being revealed, man, it basically makes Trump look like he was in on the whole thing. Pretty much. Not that because look at it this way. Jeffrey Epstein was victimizing these girls himself, not women, but girls himself. So the fact that he was trafficking them to other people, that's another aspect to it. And the same thing with Trump. I mean, Trump, just the fact that he might have been or allegedly was with these girls, some of these girls, just the fact that he was allegedly with them doesn't mean he wasn't in on the trafficking. You see what I mean? So it's starting to look like Trump knew was involved in a whole lot more than he has let on. And it looks like the center at some points of this might have been Mar-a-Lago. Like, how many people went to Mar-a-Lago to get a massage? How many? I mean, it's so obvious. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, come on. Isn't this typical? Look, even in Denmark, you use the phrase massage parlor. People are going to be like, what kind of massage parlor you mean? I mean, and it's like that in New York. It's like that in Florida. It's like that in Texas. So the idea that Trump would be running a Mar-a-Lago resort with massage parlors, that's not typically something that, sounds like it couldn't be involved in some of this behavior. You know what I'm saying? But let me see here. Yeah, some of them were pedophiles. Some of them were 13 years old. Exactly. That's what's being reported. And I have to say that's what's being reported because, otherwise you could get taken down or sued or something like this, So that's why I always go out of the way to try to explain that it's what I believe. It's what I'm starting to feel. If it's not fact, I will qualify it with that statement, and if it's fact, it's a fact, but yeah, it's starting to look like this, like it's nothing good out of it. But what's killing me is that it just doesn't look like Congress, like people care enough, to be honest with you. Like, this is a bad look for American society. Like, the fact that this has to be such a hard thing to reveal, to just put out there and let the cards fall where they are, kind of shows you there's not enough congressional members, there's not enough senators that want to protect American people's lives. Like, straight up, this whole debacle has so many things wrapped into it. Sex trafficking, blackmail, espionage, and rape, all highly serious, problematic issues, and that put the U.S. in basically in a fucked up situation, because how do you know who to trust? How do you know who your government's working for? The government is supposed to be working for you. It's not supposed to be working for another nation that could be possibly blackmailing, or private entities, individuals that could be blackmailing people like Trump or others that went to this place. And the only way you can make sure that that's over is if you just release all the files, and if you just look at how the behavior of the U.S. right now, the only thing that kind of really easily explains Trump's behavior is that, yeah, he is being blackmailed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's what it seems to me like, the only thing that could really explain it easily. The thing that will make you say, that fits this part. That fits that part. Yeah, that aspect of what's going on too, that works too. On the international, yeah, that works. He's doing strange things that works. Oh, here inside of the country with this and these people, yeah, that works. You see what I'm saying? And but for some reason they're gonna hold on to it.
Discussion tonight is the Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. He's a member of the Oversight Committee. Congressman, great to see you. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Ali.
Congressman, a number of people have been sort of posting and asking what happens to members of the administration who seem to be working against the bill that requires them to release these files. You have one answer to that, and that is this filing of inherent contempt proceedings. Tell me about that.
Well, the inherent contempt that Massey and I will be filing would make Pam Bondi personally liable for $5,000 to $10,000 a day for every day that she does not release the files. And
yes, now we're getting somewhere. Yo, I got to give this guy credit. I mean, this guy, Khanna, Representative Ro Khanna, he's been going hard and steady. Thank you so much, sir, for your work. You are allowing people to keep a little faith, like straight up in Congress, just a little bit of faith.
Comply. And it just requires a simple majority in the House. But the bigger point, Ali, is that when Massey and I, when we passed the bill, 427 to 1 in the House, 100 to 0 in the Senate, the president signed it. You can't just ignore the law. It's obstruction of justice. It can be criminally prosecuted, if not by this administration, then a future administration. So there is a lot of outrage, not just with survivors, but with Republicans at what is happening with the selective Epstein disclosure. And when we get back, we're going to push for full transparency.
Here's how developers at
Eric,
Eric,
no, yeah, like you said, yeah, no water for Colorado. Yeah, he's blocking that, man. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing your comment, Eric. Yeah, he's blocking it over these Epstein files. Exactly. And the woman was a staunch ally of Trump. That's the only thing she really disagreed with, was the Epstein files thing. She's been capping for Trump forever, basically. And now, no water. I believe that's Colorado they're talking about. Yeah, facts, man. I mean, we're going to look into it. But that's horrible. That's just, I mean, is this what you want? Is this what anybody would want? Forget what party it is, or is this what any voter would want out of an elected official? One that just is like me, me, me. If you're not doing this me thing, then everything else, nothing else matters. That's how Trump is handling this, man. The man is melting down, like straight up. This is seriously problematic. And I don't understand why his own cabinet wouldn't be already taking him out already because of this behavior. Because think about this. JD Vance obviously wants to be president. I mean, that's no question at all. Maybe he doesn't want to. I mean, the only thing that I could guess is that everybody in his cabinet is not for JD Vance, which is probably why Trump is still lasting, because you need more than just maybe one individual. And JD Vance is such a punk ass that he wouldn't be the one standout person, to go against the group, right? He wouldn't do that, right? Because he would become a target then, right? So to me, it sounds like that. Like he just basically is, JD Vance is waiting for others to get to that point, So, but we do know for a fact, it is a fact. I mean, it's not a fact now because it hasn't happened, but I mean, I could know better than I would ever be able to know as far as an educated guess. And that is Trump is very soon is going to be taken out by the cabinet. We won't know. Maybe he will step down voluntarily. Maybe they will make it look like that because he's an old goddamn man. Like Trump is fucking old. He is decrepit, and Trump is not capable. He's just not capable anymore. The man is breaking down, physically, mentally, everything. So he might step down to save face. But if he doesn't, we know they will be taking him down. And that's going to happen very soon, maybe within this next month. You know what I mean? It's going to happen very, very soon. And we know that before he does that, his last act will be to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. We pretty much can guess that. You know what I mean? And somebody said the TDS is strong. Yeah, oh yeah, why not? Fuck it. I don't like Trump. Do you like Trump? Do you like Trump, Daniel? You like what you're hearing about Trump? Are you a defender of Trump? Is that what you are? Get off the Trump plantation. How about that? You on a Trump plantation? You like your massa, bitch? Whoosh. Is that what you like? You punk ass? No, forget being rational, you little bitch. You insulted me. Now I'm going to ask you, motherfucker, what is your ethnicity, you punk ass? Okay, fuck you. I get to say what I want, okay? Now, get off Trump's dick. Why don't you do that, you sucker ass? Now, in any case, yeah, I got TDS. I got Trump TD. I got Trump derangement syndrome. And so what? So what, you little punk ass? Now, you slave. You fucking slave. Okay? God damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, Daniel is a slave. How about that? Daniel, you slave ass. Okay? Be afraid of Master Trump. Okay? Don't you piss off Master Trump now. He gonna whip your ass, slave. Okay? Now, but we do know, right, for the rational people, right? The people that ain't on Trump's nuts hard, we do know he will be pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. He will be getting her off, however that technically happens, because we know, that's what they have to try to do to make the best technical move for the moment. But she's going to be getting out of jail. We pretty much know that. And that's going to be one of Trump's last acts. And and then JD Vance is going to come into power. And but in any case, let's hear some more. And hey, all of you Trump nut hangers, you're welcome to join the chat. Come on in now. Chat's open.
Think motivates them. 427-1 in the House, 100-0 in the Senate. Remarkable frustration. I mean, we're using Marjorie Taylor Greene as an example, but she's just one example. There are lots and lots and lots of Republicans, as you predicted there would be, who are saying to themselves, I can't hold off against this tidal wave with my constituents. What's going on here?
Well, they're protecting the Epstein class. I mean, the president says it out loud. He says this is going to hurt a lot of people. This is going to hurt a lot of people who he knew, prominent bankers, prominent lawyers, prominent politicians, many of them in New York. And while the survivors haven't given me specific names, they've described the type of people in these files. Then people come on and say, well, are Khan and Massey exaggerating? There's one way to find out. Just release the files. Release them. But that's what's going on here, is they want to protect the reputation of these rich and powerful men who showed up in Epstein's rape island and not have them take accountability.
Ain't nobody stopping no American from getting no goddamn job in the U.S., man. If you don't want to get a goddamn job, it's either maybe because you have a drug problem, right? Maybe because you can't leave your kids at home because there's no child care and there's no support for that in your state, right? But it's not, you know, maybe you can't get the education because you can't afford it because in the U.S. it's not for free, right? But you should probably, if you're an American citizen, look to those options being problematic and stop blaming other people that do menial jobs because you don't want their jobs. You don't want a menial job. I mean, if you're an American and you want a menial job, it's basically because you have other real serious problems. Like straight up, because a menial job in the United States of America is not a job that's really going to pay for a home. It's not going to pay for your rent. It's not going to take care of your kid. It's not going to do nothing. So to be an American citizen and really doing that, that means there's a lot of bad things going on. And likely you should probably deal with the state or the federal government regarding other problems that are prohibiting you, because you're not being prohibited because of your ethnicity. Nobody's taking your job just because you want it. It's not that simple. OK, there's something else that's a barrier, you know, and if you're trying to take a menial job, then it's basically because you have something else, a criminal record, you're a drug addict, some other thing. If you're trying to get a job, take a job, if you're mad at someone being on a farm, do you want the person do you want to work on the farm? Do you want to clean toilets? I mean, you literally watched a woman be sent out of the country who worked 20 years cleaning toilets. That's not the job you want. Who took her job when she left? Was it an American citizen? Is that the job you want as an American citizen? I mean, really, is that the job you want as an American? Put a 1 in the chat if you as an American citizen want the job cleaning toilets. Is that the kind of job you want? Let's go and look and see how much that job costs and see if that's the job you want. Because for me, it don't pay enough. It's okay to start off in a country that way if you don't speak the language. You see what I mean? I think menial jobs are okay for people like that, since a lot of other people don't want them. You see what I mean? Since people that actually do have access, you know, other forms of access to education, language skills, things like that, I would think you might want more than just cleaning toilets. You see what I'm saying? But I mean, hey, not to say that's the only thing, but you could stand on the side of the road and sell flowers if you want. I mean, I don't know. That's an option. That's also an option, but nobody, you know, there's nobody taking your job, not because of that. You're not even concerned about people being educated in Europe, being paid to go to school on higher education and migrating to the U.S. and taking a job. You're not even complaining about that. You're only concerned about Mexicans and Hispanic people and people taking menial jobs, which shows how phony you are. You're not even looking for someone in a high paying job. You're not even looking. The goddamn ICE is not even going to a fucking bank. They're not going to any of these other places. They're not even concerned about it. They're not.
Some remarkable reporting.
They're concerned about the ethnicity of these people. That's what they're concerned about. And if you are, just say it. Stand on that. Be proud of it. But don't be a fucking punk ass Nazi. Don't be a punk ass KKK. If you're tired of people and their race flooding your country, then just say that's what it is. But stop the bullshit about them taking your goddamn job. You know, if you couldn't get into a technical school, fucking start voting on new congressional members that want technical school to be free for your ass. Okay? Stop blaming somebody else that struggled to do it. You see what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, I live in a country where going to technical school, you get paid to. That's Denmark. But why don't you want those policies in the U.S. for American citizens? Why don't you punk asses do that for yourselves? But you don't do that with your vote. You sit back and you whine and you fucking complain about shit you could do something about when the other person taking the menial job has really less choices than you. Fucking grow up, man. Grow up. A citizen cannot vote for Congress. A non-citizen cannot vote for a congressional member. A non-citizen cannot vote on federal elections for a president or a senator. You can. Get your shit straight and stop being a bitch. Stop being a bitch.
From the Wall Street Journal tonight, in which it says the club, meaning Mar-a-Lago, was also sending spa employees, usually young women, to Epstein's nearby mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services, according to former Mar-a-Lago and Epstein employees. The House.
Look, Daniel, you are an embarrassment. You don't even know that you have to be a citizen to vote in federal elections. Are you even a fucking American citizen yourself? Or are you just a troll, you dumbass? Like, goddamn, you are stupid. You're stupid and you out here being racist. I saw this little comment, dude would have been a black slave owner. Well, what the fuck are you, bitch? What the fuck are you? I mean, what the hell are you? You the one on Trump's nuts. You know, what the hell? What's your problem? What, you want me to complain? I can't get a job, massa. It's the immigrants taking my job. No, I'm not fucking complaining about that. I live my life and I work hard for my life without your fucking help. And I'm not crying on the internet about some immigrant taking my fucking job. How pathetic that is that for an actual American citizen, for a person that has more fucking options. You can vote for a better Congress, you stupid motherfucker. You can vote for a better Senate, you stupid motherfucker. They can't. If you're not a citizen, you cannot. You can vote for a better president, you stupid bitch. They cannot. So stop complaining about them and do something with your vote for a change. Stop being a little sucker, man.
Calls went on for years, even as spa employees warned each other about Epstein, who was known among staff for being sexually suggestive and exposing himself during the appointments, according to the former Mar-a-Lago employees. So this continues to be, I mean, obviously in these releases of files, we see photographs of
Daniel is stupid. He probably ain't even an American citizen. And if he is an American citizen, he's a stupid one. You know, I'm not saying there's not problems, but goddamn, deal with your problems in the real way, in the way that you have the right to deal with them. That's the problem with a lot of these people, man. Did he even vote? You know, did Daniel even vote? How many citizens didn't even vote in the United States in the last presidential election? 1/3. How many across the country don't even vote when it's time to take any interest in goddamn congressional elections, senatorial elections? That's what you have to fucking do if you want any fucking thing. That's what you have to do, no matter if you have slave ancestry, if you have immigrant ancestry, if you know, period. If you're a Native American, no matter what your background is in the United States of America, that is what you have to fucking do. If you don't do that, what the fuck are you complaining about? That's the very least you could do. The very least.
Mar-a-Lago. This continues to be an issue. The ties between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. I haven't seen anything that suggests culpability on Donald Trump's part, but there's a whole lot of pushback and secrecy going on.
There is, and I haven't seen anything that suggests any culpability, but there's obviously evidence that there was a tie between Mar-a-Lago, a place that Trump reveres as his home, as his headquarters, and Epstein. And those documents need to come out. I mean, the Wall Street Journal reporting is just scratching the surface. All of this stuff is in the Florida criminal.
There's nothing wrong with a migrant voting in Minnesota. What are you talking about, Daniel? There's nothing wrong with a migrant voting in Minnesota. The question is not, are you a migrant, you dumbass? The question is, are you a citizen, you stupid fuck? And if you're a citizen, that means you pass the requirement to be a citizen, you stupid fuck. And if you pass that requirement, you can then vote for congressional, senatorial, and federal elections, the president and other federal elections. If you're not, you can't. If you're not a citizen, you cannot. So what the fuck is your problem? And if you did vote for Trump, I don't give a fuck. Great for you. I didn't. But the fact remains that 1/3 of the voter electorate did not vote in the last election. That should be a problem for you too, you stupid bitch. Okay? Like, seriously. I mean, and don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. See, I know who I am. I know what my ethnicity is, but I'm strong enough to not pick on other fucking people for nothing. You see, that's where my pride comes from. I'm not begging. I'm willing to compete fairly with any fucking body. Okay, I'm not using my ethnicity as a fucking excuse. You see what I'm saying? That's the goddamn difference. And I'm not going to scapegoat other people that just want a fair life and the opportunity to work hard like everybody else. What the hell am I going to blame them for? That's stupid. You know, you're not owed something because of that. You're not owed something because of that. Now, you know, you're not owed something over another person's ethnicity. That you're not owed anything because of that. Because ethnicity is not special. You are not owed anything. I mean, look at this. He's talking about what have you done for your country? Look, what have I done for my country? I'm here speaking for my country. I'm a citizen. You dumb bitch. Okay, get it straight. What have you done? Okay. Secondly, I've paid taxes for my country, you stupid motherfucker. What have you done? Thirdly, I've voted for my fucking country. What have you done? You know what I'm saying? Now, here's the thing. It still doesn't matter what you have done. It doesn't make you special. It's very simple. It doesn't make you special. The fact that you want to scapegoat other people's ethnicity, that right there is the goddamn problem. See, that means you're weak. And that's not what I'm trying to get nobody to believe American citizens or Americans are about. We're not fucking weak. My ancestors were not fucking weak, you stupid bitch. And they didn't beg for any fucking thing. Okay? That's the part where you're doing. You're begging. And you're trying to be unfair to other people because of your ethnicity and weaponize your ethnicity, you stupid scumbag. That's the difference with your bitch ass. And see, here's the thing. If you want people to respect you, stand up and act like it. Act like you deserve it. Don't weaponize it against other people that have problems too, you stupid fuck. Like, that's the fucking problem. That's the goddamn problem. Okay? Just because I have ancestors that have been also enslaved doesn't mean I'm going to weaponize it against other fucking people in a cheap way, you stupid bitch. That's not how you get reparations, you dumb motherfucker. Okay? Just understand that. And I don't even play around with it, you stupid motherfucker. Okay, that's the difference. Now, Daniel, get your bitch ass out of here since you don't like the place where you are, okay? Be out, punk. Be out. You don't deserve shit. Okay? You don't deserve shit just because. Okay? Just because up here on the internet crying like a little bitch. Motherfucker, get out there and get people to vote. Okay? If you're a citizen, encourage people to fucking vote. But don't go around on election time when you're supposed to be encouraging people to vote to all of a sudden start saying shit like, both parties are saying, what's the use in voting? Fuck all of that shit, man. You have to work hard just like everybody else if you want respect for who you are. And here's the thing. I'm not asking for none. I'm taking it. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. But how I'm taking it, I'm willing to be fair and do it fairly and equally. You see what I mean? I don't have to change the rules or cheat somebody else to be about who I am. That's called being a punk ass. That's so weak, man. I hate when people do that. I hate that. Anyway, back to Trump.
There was discovery. There are documents. All of it needs to come out. Here, first, Pam Bondi says it's all out. There's nothing more to see. Then there's Christmas Eve, a release saying, well, we've got 1 million more documents in New York. Well, there are millions of documents in this file. Kash Patel has said that, and it all needs to come out in the new year.
By the way, I was mentioning the photographs. Those are of Jeffrey Epstein's island and his estate, not of Mar-a-Lago. Let's talk about this 1 million pages that the Department of Justice says it still has. Have you heard anything that resembles an argument as to...
I mean, can you believe this dude is up here crying about somebody else taking his job and shit, but he not concerned about Trump? Nothing concerned about Trump's behavior. See, that's the thing. That's what lets you know. It's everything he said is just bullshit. All this bullshit about, oh, you're the type of person that would have been, your ancestors would have owned slaves, or you would have been a black slave. He's willing to say all those nasty things just because he doesn't want to pay attention to what's going on with the Epstein files. See, that's how phony it is. That's how phony it is. You're not, see, right there, you're not even dealing with a black man that even gives a fuck about reparations for real right there. I'm just telling you straight up, I know it. But see, I'm a person that knows there's more than one struggle that exists, that there's a lot of struggles that exist, and I'm not going to just cheaply always throw something out over everything else. And I ain't doing it. I ain't playing that game. No. Sorry. I ain't gonna go about shit that way. You know what I'm saying? And what you witness out of Daniel is a person cheaply using those concepts in a cheap fucking way. You know what I'm saying? Shame on you, Daniel, if you're listening. You full of goddamn shit. Like, for real. There's more than one struggle going on. And you have to be willing to recognize other struggles, not because your struggle is not real, or not because your struggle is different from somebody else's either. You know, you may have different problems. They might be a little different. They might look a little different. Right. But that doesn't mean you're by yourself either. You see what I'm saying? And how you communicate with other people is how you build and change things. You know, if you only are willing to empathize and understand only your people's own struggle, you are failing. You are failing your people. You are failing your people, Daniel. You better understand that, you know, because world history is big. OK, Daniel, history is big. You know, for real. And there's a lot of people that's been through it. So, yeah, in any case, I'm sorry about that, y'all. But, you know, I do recognize my background, but I hate when people use that struggle of, you know, part of my family's history. I hate when they use that in a cheap way, in a way that's all about disunity. I hate when people fucking do that. I really hate that. And now, if you are a person that's got a different ethnicity, you might be Jewish, and you might hate when some people use the Jewish story in a cheap way, or use the Holocaust in a cheap, or anything. You might be any background. You see what I mean? You might be any group of people where there's some people that are using it in a cheap way. You see what I'm saying? Like that just divides us even more. I'm not with that. You know.
To justify the delay of these files that were all supposed to be released by December 19th. Because as you said, Pam Bondi bragged that she had the file.
Oh, you just made 500 driving in the rain. There you go. Let's go.
She said they were on her desk. She said this in a public.
Exactly. Benjamin Netanyahu uses it. Thank you very much, rubber chickens. Exactly. That's fucked up to do that. You see what I mean? And it's shameful. It's shameful to do that. It's shameful, you know?
Interview. So they've known for many, many months that this reckoning would come. What's the basis for continuing to delay?
Some of it is incompetence. I think they didn't know where all these files were. I mean, with the whole investigation, they never thought to get the documents from the Epstein estate. It was me coming on this program and talking to Bradley Edwards that we actually sent a letter to the Epstein estate. So some of it is incompetence. Some of it is they claim they're protecting the identities and the survivors. The reason that's not believable is they're not releasing what the survivors want, which is their statements to the FBI where they name these other men. So my concern is less the timeline. And if they came back and said, you know, Ro, we're releasing documents, it's taking us a little longer. But if they were actually giving us the witness statements, if they were actually being transparent, I'd have less of a problem. The problem is.
Yeah, OK, so they're not going to be transparent. So but let's continue because there's more. Let's see here. What is this about? OK. 2 seconds. Yeah. You know, so they're not releasing the files. Basically, we can sum that up as that, you know, and they're not following the law. So, you know, the law hasn't been followed, but nobody's surprised about that because that's a norm with this administration. And people like bitch ass Daniel don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? So, you know, he doesn't want to come together with everybody else and stand together and say, yeah, wait a second, that's foul. No. Even when it's dealing with espionage, sex trafficking, molestation of minors, and which the blackmail part of it could mean a lot. It could mean you're never going to get anything you want as an American citizen passed through any law and made law in the country just because of blackmail, just because of how many people could be in the middle of being blackmailed by what? A corporation, for example, a person like Elon Musk who might have access to the file. You don't know who the fuck has access to this information. You don't know. You don't know who's doing it. You don't know if it's a foreign corporation. You don't know if it's a foreign country. You don't know if it's a corporation in the U.S., billionaires in the U.S., individual billionaires in the U.S. that have access. You don't know until all this shit is just out. And, apparently there's people that just don't want it out. Now, that's not a problem for people like Daniel. He wants to talk about something that you can't sum up in a 20-second or 3-hour video. He wants to talk about something else. You see what I mean? It's like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I do want to talk about the economy, sir, here at home. And I wonder what grade you would give
A+.
your economy. A+.
Yeah, A++++++.
Yeah, as a caller.
So, you're going to get trolls that say the economy is A+, right? We see that all the time, right? These are people that when they come out and say the economy is great, they're speaking basically about themselves or a small group of people. They are not even claiming to be talking about the situation the masses of Americans, the majority, have to deal with. So it's important to note that, because we're going to get a lot of people that just say, hey, I like his economy. Right. But then when you waste all your time, like we do often here, asking them questions to qualify their statements, then you find out that, oh, the only people that there are some people that should think this is a great economy, but it's the minority of Americans that feel that way. Why? And why is that? You see what I mean? And even more, some of these people are just definitely trolls because they will say shit that doesn't even actually factually match up, right? Or add up. For example, they will try to make it seem like, oh, okay, well, we make 200,000. So that economy is great for me. I got some tax credits. So that's great. No, but when you look at how much they're going to have to pay for their health care now, it don't add up either. You see what I mean? It doesn't mean great. So, you actually have to be doing better than 200,000 in your home for it to even be great. Like straight up for it to even be, you have to be above the group that makes 200,000. So you have to be in the next class up to even begin to think that is great, but that's if you do the details, work on it. But you will still see people out here saying it's great. And look, keep in mind, when you see it, you don't know where any of these people are. You don't get a photograph. You don't get a state. You don't get a town. You don't get any qualification that they're real people. What you do get is just some Trumpian troll bullshit, Putin troll bullshit over the internet. They just want to keep this scam going on and on and on and on, and because that's their most potent weapon. You see what I mean? By the way, there's stories released now. I'm going to play a little bit of that where they're saying that Trump is eyeing in on these elections. Like the DOJ is sending out people to all quote unquote Democratic states, like to basically, I don't know what they hope to get because elections are managed by states, not by the federal government. So I don't know what role they think they're going to, play. But listen, no matter who you are, if you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, no matter what your ethnicity is, okay, no matter what your anything else, gender, sexual orientation, status, how long you've been a citizen or not, right? Bloodline, any of that shit, right? Regardless of any of that stuff, this is what's been happening. The trend is that Trump is hoping that you all don't care about justice either, right? He's hoping that people that live moderate income earners, middle class, and the poor and moderate income members of the Republican class, the Republican Party, don't care about fairness and don't care about the law. So he's willing to go out there right in front of you and show you that he wants to change the law. One good example is this gerrymandering thing. But thanks to a lot of people that voted for Trump before, the fact that they're not voting for Trump now See, it shows you that even this shit that Trump's trying to do with interfering with the elections, it's not going to help him, because a lot of the people that voted for him before simply ain't going to do it again. They simply not going to do it again, you know? So let's hear some more. Yeah, MTG running for her life. It's seriously, man. You know, and look, the man is breaking down right now in front of everybody, and he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop until he is taken out of power. And he has a bunch of cowards around him that are all individualists, people vying for the next opportunity. They're worried about each other right now. That's what I think, because think about this. Trump is obviously sick enough. He's obviously sick enough, right? JD Vance is already going out there, making it obvious, making statements saying, you know, or implying he's ready to run for the next election. That means that's code word for he's ready to take over the White House now. That's what that means. He's trying to preserve that position because the 2028 election is a long way off, right? So what else could that mean? It means he's ready to take it right now because Trump is too old, right? But there has to be more than one person going against Trump. It has to be a group. And I think that group don't like JD Vance at all. I think that's what's going on. You know, otherwise Trump would be out. You know, Trump would be out already. I mean, that's my theory. But any case, let's listen to what they're saying about Marjorie now.
Professor, that wouldn't be my grade. In the real world, more than 2/3 of Americans, 68%, say economic conditions are getting worse in America. And after tomorrow, about 20 million Americans will see their health insurance costs spike when Affordable Care Act subsidies expire. That includes Trump supporters and former leaders of his coalition. In a new interview out this week, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, the former MAGA firebrand, told the New York Times about one moment that inspired her to break with Trump. It was when, quote, her 2 adult daughters informed her that their health insurance premiums would double.
The president needs to be aware that he's a billionaire, president of the United States, and you can't gaslight people and tell them that their bills are affordable. And you can't.
Okay, so look, here's David in the chat again, everybody. Look at David Holtz. Now, he's saying more Democrat, blah, blah, blah. So David, and by the way, you're a punk ass for even saying that, because I'm not even a typical Democrat. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You can't see that? And if it's so typical, why are you here? Why are you hanging on my nuts? Anyway, because it's not typical. You know, you realize something's happening over here now and you want to be with it. But in any case, what about Marjorie Greene Taylor's comments? Let's listen to her comments again. Is her shit typical Democrat? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm willing to work with any reasonable goddamn Republican. I don't give a damn about that. That ain't nothing new. I've known Republicans all my goddamn life. That doesn't mean I agree with everything they on, but sometimes I do agree. The level-headed ones, not the maniacs, not the bigots, not the ones that want to just fucking give up their own goddamn constitutional rights, you know, just out of their own bigotry. I would never agree with those ones. But here, check this out. This is her words. And David, do you agree with her words or not, man?
Can't tell them that the economy is an A+++. You just can't do that.
Can you do that? Do you agree with her words? Are her words typical Democrat words, David?
The president needs to be aware that he's a billionaire, president of the United States, and you can't gaslight people and tell them that their bills are affordable. And
where did David's punk ass go? Where you at, David? This question is for you. Are these typical Democrat words from Marjorie Taylor?
Adult daughters informed her that their health insurance premiums would double.
The president needs to be aware that he's a billionaire, president of the United States, and you can't gaslight people and tell them that their bills are affordable. And you can't tell them that the economy is an A+++. You just can't do that.
And see, this is how you know David is just strictly a partisan hack. You know what I'm saying? Because here he had the opportunity to comment on Marjorie Greene Taylor, a person who's not a typical Democrat, spilling typical Democrat, blah, blah, blah. And you see, he just disappeared. As soon as you ask him, he's gone. He's out, man. He was out faster than, what's that goddamn animal? What did they call that creature? Shit, a hedgehog. Yeah, he's out faster than a damn hedgehog. You know what I'm saying? Like lightning fast, just pew. Never to see David again. Bye, David. Happy New Year. See you later, man. Sorry that I crossed the line. Sorry, man. Shouldn't have asked you any real questions and shit. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Bye, David. Bye, man.
Charlie Dent is a former Republican congressman of Pennsylvania. Tara Setmeyer worked as a GOP spokesperson on Capitol Hill and is now the co-founder and CEO of the Seneca Project. They join me now. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, exactly. David's going to switch his Russian account and shit. He'll be right back. Exactly. Known as somebody else. He's probably going to have a name like James Brown and shit. James Blackie Brown.
Congressman, we'll start with you. So here's the thing. I've always believed, and I've posited this theory for years, that you get the best indicator about the economy after the holidays, right? You find out who came home for Thanksgiving, how many gifts were under the tree at Christmas, who couldn't come home because they couldn't afford it this year. That's really where you get a sense of where the American economy is. And it seems like this year people were tightening their belts. Do the Republicans only take their clues from Donald Trump, who's nowhere near regular Americans? Or do you think they're out in the country, in the nation, hearing people say,
yo, current affairs editor said A++ for Mar-a-Lago. Exactly. Yo, could anybody dream Donnie could F up this bad? I think I knew it was my thoughts from the beginning is this is a Russian ploy, like the whole time. Trump, the whole time, I believe everything they said about him regarding the Russians and his relationship with Russia, and the relationship with the Russian mob, washing money, these kind of things. I believed it was all true. And I believed it was a threat to the U.S. from the beginning. I believed everything that the government said initially about it, the warning signs, like straight up. I didn't have an issue with that. And but I did not think that when the things came out, the idea about the Epstein, because MAGA people, they were throwing the Epstein shit all on Democrats, right? I mean, that's what they were doing. So for me, I just thought it was absurd. I was like, okay, Pizzagate, like you really think Hillary Clinton's drinking blood? You think Epstein's Island was about Hillary Clinton drinking baby blood? So when I heard that kind of shit, I was not interested because I'm like, come on, man, is this what you think? Like nothing else going on there, nothing about espionage, nothing about Russians, nothing about nothing. MAGA had nothing to their theory regarding the Epstein files. So it didn't really, connect with me in that way, right? I didn't get a chance to talk with any level-headed people about it because all the MAGA people were just crazy in some other way visualizing it, just making up shit about it, QAnon in it, But when it finally did start coming out, I accepted that, yeah, this is not looking good and you need to know more. But I wasn't fixated on Trump. Trump is just a vehicle, you know what I mean? Because he's the president and he's the one that has the right to release the files. So it is strange he doesn't. But the more that you see what's going on, I could induct a lot. I'm not a stupid person, so I could induct a lot from his behavior. I could imagine, but I didn't imagine initially. No, because everyone didn't have access to all the information. You know what I mean? It's hard to induct things that just were never released at all. You see what I'm saying? But now that the things have been coming out, maybe, dropping, since the beginning of the year, since Trump came in office, the first release, these kind of things, you could see Trump was more related. But what shocks me, though, the most, not to take too much time on this current affairs, but thanks for the question. What shocked me the most is how fucking Congress and the Senate is and the Supreme Court. Like, I'm not surprised because I know the Supreme Court is biased. They always lean towards Trump, and they showed that through the Biden administration. They were against Biden. They were very pro-Trump, basically. But I'm surprised about the Supreme Court and the Senate and how they, no matter what is coming out, they still refuse to put the clamps down on this administration. Like, I believe the country is in grave danger. And my Congress and my Senate refuses to put the clamps down on the danger, on the threat. Like, so that I couldn't imagine. I thought that they would be caring enough about the country. But I don't think they do, man. I'm gonna be honest with you anymore. I don't think this sitting Congress and this sitting Senate cares about the country. And I definitely don't think the Supreme Court is filled with people that care about the country. I believe they're compromised either through money or through other means, like these blackmail, Jeffrey Epstein shit. That's what I believe. You know, to me, there could be no other reason so far. Now, maybe more information comes out and I change my mind, but that's what I'm thinking right now. I think the country is in trouble, man. And I think the country, I called it an attack from the beginning. Like, a lot of people that were with me a year ago that you know, which wasn't that many people because my platform has grown. I've been saying that for a year, that this is actually an attack on the U.S. You know, it's a covert attack, but still an attack, you know, an attack linking Russia to Trump and this stuff being orchestrated. It's not he's getting help. That's what it looked like to me. It's all plotted out how they deal with things. And the Epstein files is just part of it. Like, why they're hiding it. I always said that there's no way that Epstein or Trump, that the Russians can't know about Epstein in these things and couldn't know about Trump in these things. They had to know because Trump was dealing with the Russians the entire time this shit was going on in Mar-a-Lago, and the shit was going on with Epstein early. You know, Trump was leaning on them heavy. So yeah, that's my thought about it, you know. But yeah, but I appreciate the question, man. Good question too, by the way. I can see you're not a troll. You just got a good question. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
No doubt.
this year I couldn't get a new PS5 for my kid because we had to tighten our belts because we don't know what
Yeah, click the like button, y'all. Appreciate it.
our finances are going to be like.
No, I actually think that most Republican members of Congress understand.
Oh, let's see here. We got to make sure we stop that one. All right. Yeah, pretty soon I think I'm just going to get a membership, you know, to bypass this. But let's see. Let's hear some more.
High cost of groceries, high cost of electricity, you know, high cost of, you know, Christmas presents. Yeah, I think that they get it. You know, the question is, you know, what do you do about it? And I think that's
the other element of Congress and the Senate. Like, yo, can't you just isn't it within your right to just shut this bullshit down and get rid of these people and start from scratch? Can't you get a president that wants a good relationship with our allies? Can't you get, and having a good relationship with our allies means trade too. Can't you, it's not just defense, but it's also trade. Can't you get a president that wants, that's thinking about American people suffering, like, and wants them to survive this stuff and is giving them the tools to survive it? Like, don't you want an American president like that right now? You got an American president that's just going to watch people starve. He's literally going to watch old people be harassed, you know, economically out of health care. People getting elder care. There's loads, hundreds of thousands of old people. And this is beyond racial. Listen, you got to understand, this is beyond racial categories or color categories or ethnic categories. There are old people that are going to be taken off of elder care, forced to make harsh decisions about elder care. Like, why doesn't this Congress and this Senate side with those people? Like, it shouldn't matter what your party is. Why aren't you siding with this? You know, old people change party their whole life. One person could have been a member of a party. They could have changed several times. They could vote across platforms. But why isn't it not just unanimous for all of them to say, no. Old people, you can't touch. No. Children, you can't touch. No. Why can't they just do that? And for some reason, they think it's normal. The way this administration is behaving is almost like, how can I say this? If you're not going to do something for Donald Trump right now, nothing you ever did in the past for this country matters at all. No taxes you paid, no bills, nothing, no fighting. No, it doesn't matter if you were in the military before. Doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter if you were a doctor, a lawyer. Doesn't matter if you were a civil rights person. Doesn't matter what you were doing. Doesn't matter if you were a business and you employed 1,000 people or 100 people, a small business, 20 people. It doesn't matter what you did for anybody else in your community, for your country, anything. If you don't do what he wants you to do right now, none of that matters. And I'm sorry, that's just bullshit. That's just bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That is just bullshit. You know, he has no ounce of humanity. Exactly. I can't do that to, I'm sorry, but I would never do that to anybody that voted for Trump. I would never take health care away from your goddamn mother. I would never do that. I would never put your grandmother, make it harder for her to even have elder care. And I would not do that, or your granddaddy or your kids. I wouldn't do that. You know, myself, I don't understand how these people can do it. I don't understand it myself. To me, there has to be a line that has to be drawn, you know, and that's where the line got to be, at least at the very minimum. Right there. Like, you cannot cause old people and children harm, you know, and this Congress we have and this Senate we have is willing to, and this president we have is willing to, and this Supreme Court we have is willing to. That's got to be scary, because one day all of you are going to be old. One day all of you are going to have children, and you can't guarantee where you going to be in life at that moment. You can't guarantee what's going to happen to you later or tomorrow. You can't guarantee that. So it just, to me, it's just like, I don't get that part. Going back to what the earlier question was, I forget who was that who asked that question. That was current affairs editor. Yeah, going back to that, I don't understand it. I don't understand this shit. Like, I think something's terribly wrong. So when this is going on, something is terribly, terribly wrong. Like, I don't get it. You know,
where the problem has been, you know, I think there should have been more pushback.
Yeah, Bits, good looking out. I appreciate you so much. Yo, did you get your T-shirt, by the way? Yo, I told you, check your email for the link to the sender, to the company. Is it UPS or something like that? Because once you check the link that they have, it will tell you exactly. I think you got to go in there and call them or send them a message. They will make sure they make any adjustment. But at least follow that link, because I can see it on my side, you know. But listen, folks, you know, this is like, I think there gets to a point where no matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat or independent, like, we have to all agree that this look at how our government is dealing with children, is dealing with older people is just inhumane. Like, it's wrong. It's not American. It cannot be American. Like, I'm just sorry. It can't be. We have to be able to debate each other, to disagree on politics without it going into hatred and wanting people's grandparents hurt or wanting people's kids hurt. That is just irrational, because people change parties. People change political parties. They do that. People change the way they see things, you know, and to me, that is just like, that is wrong. That is so wrong. Like, anti-democratic. That is wrong. You know, to do that, like, to threaten people that way, over politics, you know, to pretend like we don't have enough for children and for the elderly. Like, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. And they doing it. They're practicing in it, and they're trying to normalize it. They're trying to normalize it. And my view is, get these people the fuck out of there. Like, they have to go. Like, and it's not anything personal, but they have failed. Like, they have failed the American test. If you ask me, they have failed that test. Like, no matter if you are a Democrat, Republican, or independent or not, your grandparents, your parents, or your children should not be affected by anybody's fucking politics. It should not work that way. You know, that is wrong. you know, but in any case,
on issues like tariffs that have raised prices, that have raised costs for a lot of Americans. That's something Congress could do, but they haven't done anything. But I think they totally understand the dynamic that many Americans are facing, and I think right now they're at a loss too, particularly on health care. You know, they're stuck. They can't come to consensus about how to address health care costs, other than the handful that signed the discharge petition who want to allow the premium subsidies to be extended.
Tara, you know, I'm a political scientist and a bit of a historian. It seems like there are a number of Republican presidents who sort of stepped in this sort of economic blindness mess, right? We've got the George Bush, whether or not he could understand the price of bread or how the cash register worked. He just seemed like he wasn't connected to regular people. It was almost 30 years ago. Then you had Mitt Romney saying, hey, you know, $10,000 bet, right, when people were having difficulty with their mortgages. What does it do to the Republican brand that you have a president who's putting $300 million extensions on the White House that we pay for, and at the same time pretending that people aren't struggling in the America that he is supposedly making better?
Well, I would say that Donald Trump has destroyed the Republican brand through and through and corrupted it in ways that have made it unrecognizable. I think a lot of us would long for the days when George H.W. Bush didn't know the price of milk. I mean, my gosh, what the pearl clutching was like then compared to this now. I mean, Donald Trump has never cared about the average American. He doesn't give a damn about anyone but himself. And his second term in his presidency has been one betrayal after the other for not only average everyday Americans, but his people, the people that voted for him. He betrayed farmers. He's betrayed military families and veterans. He's betrayed small business owners and blue collar workers, and all while enriching himself and completely abusing the American taxpayers' money. You've got billionaires in his cabinet. You have tens of billions of dollars being wasted on bombing Venezuela or giving money to farmers in Argentina, when we have record numbers of farmers in America filing for bankruptcy on Donald Trump's watch. This has nothing to do with the previous administration. This has to do with what Donald Trump is doing now. The tariffs are taxes on the American people. And so he has done nothing but betray all of these people, while his net worth has gone up, $3 billion plus? Same thing with his family and his friends around him. So the Republican brand now is a brand of elites who are out of touch, who don't give a damn about the average person, who would much rather continue to go along with what Donald Trump wants to do. And apparently it's not America first anymore. It's not about free markets. It's not about fiscal responsibility. It's this absolute chaos that Donald Trump has wreaked on the American people and our government and our daily lives. While people suffer, he's enriching himself and he's completely aloof. That's the Republican brand now, which is going to be very difficult for them in 2026 to justify.
The undisputed leader of the greatest and fastest growing political movement in American history, the MAGA movement. On the other hand, Congresswoman Green is quitting on her constituents in the middle of her term and abandoning the consequential fight that we're in.
Yeah, look, see, that's what's so funny about the troll. You saw that troll I just had to time out right now. It's so funny because this is about what Marjorie Greene Taylor says. And yet the trolls, they don't want to comment on that. They can't make a clear comment on what Marjorie Greene Taylor is doing, right? Or any other Republican that is abandoning Trump. And that's what's so interesting. And, you know, when you looked at the comment, it almost seems like the comment from that troll staff mutt 253. It looked like I just blocked them out. So you probably or timed them out. So you probably don't see it anymore in the chat. But the comment that he was making, he made like several comments, right? 4 comments. None of them had anything to do with what was being reported. None of them. You know, not one comment about Marjorie Greene Taylor. You see what I mean? And that goes to show you that that kind of comment could just be used vaguely on any platform. So that's why I deleted it, because it's not engaging. It's not engaging the content. You know, it's just there to try to stop people from having from communicating about this and others hearing what the real American perspective is on Trump. Like, that's what we're talking about here. Like, that's the job that I'm trying to do, bridge the gap between Europe and the U.S. and have real conversation and invite real people up here to like talk about how they feel about it. What do they feel about what's going on? Because Trump is affecting all of us. You see what I mean? So, but in any case, let's hear some more about this from Marjorie.
We don't have time for her petty bitterness. Zoom out, Robert, 30,000 feet here, and just give us a sense of what you made of the importance of this story, not just about Marjorie Taylor Greene, but in the context of the broader MAGA movement.
Well, I think, what we've been seeing for a while, Katie, has been a slow fracturing of the MAGA movement. And the subtext of that is that unless something happens around the corner and the president seeks to challenge the 22nd Amendment, his term will be up in 3 years or so. And so people are clearly jostling for position, trying to find who will clutch the MAGA scepter. And for Greene, who I don't think has any presidential ambitions, I could be proven wrong down the line. I think largely it has been for her, what will MAGA be? What will America First in particular be? Will it just be a campaign slogan, or will it really mean, as I believe it literally, that we take care of our people at home before we even think about people abroad? And she feels that Trump has strayed from that. And I think that
it's I don't think and this is the funny thing about it. I agree with you, Sassy Mo. Yeah, he had it for the Federal Reserve. But here's the thing, American people thinking about taking care of Americans first, that's not a revolutionary concept. That's not what I disagree with. I don't disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the funny thing. I don't think there's anybody from any country that would disagree with that. Nobody in Denmark disagrees with that. Everybody's like, Denmark needs to take care of Denmark first. Everybody from every country has the right to think that way. That's not revolutionary, and that's not where the problem is. The problem is this: the United States of America has enough money to always do that and do loads of other shit, that there shouldn't be a conflict between doing things abroad and doing things at home. That's where the conflict lies, you see. And Republicans always try to sell this idea that you can't do both, right? Why is that? Well, why can't you do both? I don't get it. And look, even the idea of fraud, I don't think anybody's against that. That's why you have congressional hearings, to try to ascertain where is the fraud, right? That's why you have a lot of different checks and balances, right? There on a lot of different levels to get rid of waste and fraud. But here's the thing: if the waste and fraud is codified in the law, then it can only be dealt with through voting, right? Isn't that right? I mean, so right now, when you deal with healthcare, right, you could see the waste and the fraud is codified in the actual law. The fact that you got 4 to 5 different levels of administration fees in the healthcare system, that's like a huge part of the cost. That's like, I mean, that right there. If you just get rid of that, and what that means is administrative costs, it means a billionaire's check. That's what that fucking means. Americans codified in law, we're literally paying for excessive privatization. That's what we're paying for. That's where the problem is. You see what I mean? And if we could get some of that under control, which of course has to be Congress's job and the Senate's job and the president's job and the Supreme Court justice's job to not block some type of reform every time it's coming from a Democrat, or whether it's coming from someone that wants to really get rid of that waste that's codified in law, it's not going to change if we don't do that. You see what I'm saying? And I think there's this mystery, we're being sold this thing that somehow it has to be one way or the other. And they know this. The wealthy people know this. They saw Americans coming after this issue, and this was their answer for it. Put a person like Trump in power. It merged with a lot of different interests. So Trump himself as a candidate, he's like a Frankenstein in a sense. He's there to give the wealthy their tax cuts. He's there to defend the wealthy corporations that leech off of the American taxpayer, And then because that movement was not strong anymore, because people are tired of the wealthy doing this, they attach themselves to foreign powers too, just to make sure. So now you got this trolling. Now you got this, backdoor way, these other elements fighting and pushing for Trump to get power. You see what I mean? Against the everyday people. But see, they try to argue it as something else, as, socialism, or, they try to say that you're for, the illegals and all of this shit. No, man. Nah. These people, every step of the way, you can see that they lied to their own constituency, which is what folks are going to pay for right now. It's like the first. Who got their, who got their new health care payment that they got to cough up? Who had a conversation about their health care payment now this morning, when it's time, or this week, the next couple of days when it's time to pay that bill? How many families had to have that conversation around Christmas? American families, right? That are Christians, cultural Christians, if not otherwise, that celebrate Christmas. How many families that celebrate Christmas had to have that conversation about what are they going to do about health care just because of the corporations and how they're codified in the law to suck the American taxpayers' money up? You know what I'm saying? How many families had to have that conversation? Many across the United States. And yeah. But in any case,
that there has been a lot of discontent, not just in her 14th congressional district in Georgia, but throughout.
I'm sorry to keep stopping it. I like Marjorie Greene Taylor, to be honest. I like her for, I don't know where her aspirations are, but I like the fact that she's not letting this go, and I like the fact, again, that she is saying something that I don't think anybody can disagree with. And I think we have to examine that more and talk about that more. Like the Democratic Party's platform is not against Americans first. We're not against unions. We're not against child care, because that's what America First should be, right? It should be about child care, right? Being affordable. Shouldn't America First be about a job that pays a living wage? Shouldn't that be American First? American First, shouldn't that be that no matter what economic background you come from, you have a definite right to higher education and technical school education? It shouldn't be a factor of money at all. Isn't that America First? You see what I mean? Like, I think we need to talk about it more that way, that we agree. Well, I agree. But what is America First? What is that going to be defined as? I think Democrats, if nobody else is going to define it, Democrats should define it. Marjorie Greene Taylor hasn't really defined it. She said it, but she hasn't really defined it. I think Democrats, or anybody else, if you don't like Democrats and you're an independent, why don't you get out there and build a movement? Because there's a third of the people in the electorate that didn't vote in the last election. Why don't you get out there and talk about these things? And don't tell me it's about money, because loads of people are building grassroots movements. This guy, Mamdani, in the U.S., sure, he had some donors and things, but most of his support was from everyday people. This is the time for everyday people to fight, to speak up for what they want, And somebody said, Waterby said she was paid a large sum. Okay. War baby. You think she was paid a lot? But to me, it doesn't matter what she was paid. I don't care. To me, it's about the message. You see, she put the message out there, and part of, the match, the politics is like, you have to respond. You got to hit the ball back over the court. Right. And so to do that, why don't we define what America First is? You see what I mean? Look, somebody just said, look, I'm going to read this comment to you all. Somebody in this chat, 9, I'm going to, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to visit this channel. Somebody came in here and said, y'all N-words are too much. Okay, so everybody here that agrees is an N-word. In other words, no matter what your ethnicity is, no matter what your background is in the chat, somebody wanted to write all you N-words, right? Something like that. But here is the channel. This is the channel, in case anybody want to know what it is, right? Yeah. Whoever did that, whoever that is. Oh, wait, no. Did y'all, is that going in the chat? Or is it not letting me paste it? Oh, is it not letting me paste it? Yeah, but in any case, yeah, I guess because they've been timed out. Oh, you know what I can do? I can do something else. Let me do something else here. Go to the channel. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the handle in the chat. Here we go. Yeah. So this person wanted to make a racialized comment, you know, and here it is right here. So, yeah, you know, because, again, it's easier. They can't debate logic. They can't debate facts. So then they have to get racial. And to be honest, I think that's so lazy. I think that's the lazy way to do it. You see what I mean? And oh, it made it in the chat. OK, there you go. And but this is what they plan on doing. And listen, this is what these foreign governments had planned for the U.S. You know, they wanted the United States of America to go into an ethnic war, go into a political war, go into a civil war. And they wanted to be defined by those. Now, it's OK. You good, Bits, because that was a disgusting message. But this is what their plan for American citizens are: ethnic war. So that's where they chime in. A lot of these foreigners, you know, they like to get racial about it because they think that Americans don't know each other across those boundaries. Like, and I'm going to make it very clear for people that think that, listen, a lot of Americans from many different backgrounds are very familiar with each other's politics, culture, who they are. We celebrate each other largely across the country. You see what I mean? So it ain't going to work. It's not going to work. You see what I'm saying? So just to let people like that know, it's not going to work. You see what I mean? It might infect the the ones that aren't so critical, you know, or do have harbor some hate, but that's not the majority. You see what I mean? So it's not going to work. You know, it might get you a little bit, a couple of feet forward, but it's not going to get you to battle. So just to let you know. But back on Marjorie Greene Taylor, you know, let's see here.
Red communities that the economy is not improving, and the cognitive dissonance between images of people out of work and grocery prices rising, and Congress in the meantime being for
exactly, Spinderella, trying to divide us. Not going to work, bro. Been tried and many times, but we love our brothers and sisters from other mothers. Exactly. You know, it's so boring to, it's like watching The Matrix. You know what I mean? Here it comes again out of the Matrix. Gotta say that little 1 point again.
For so long, abdicating their authority and being at recess, and then the government shutting down, while the president in the meantime is overhauling the East residence and building this lush new ballroom. Just seems a little untenable for those people who believe, as Greene has done, that Americans should be taken care of first and foremost.
Robert, if she's not going to run for president, what is Marjorie Taylor Greene going to do? It's just hard for me to believe that
I see you, Don.
She's just going to exit the stage, given that she has this huge, you know, widespread name recognition. Everybody knows her. She still has support in her district, and I would suspect a lot of support across the country.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of people.
It's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah. Sorry about that. And you know, and I typically do call her Marjorie Greene Taylor. Do I call her Marjorie Taylor Greene? I don't even know what I call her. Is that what I said about her? Did I say Marjorie Greene Taylor or Marjorie Taylor Greene? What did I say? But in any case, yeah, I don't hate the lady. I don't hate it's a lot of people's names I don't remember, by the way, to be honest with you, but I do listen to them and pay attention to what they're saying, you know. But this you know, I don't really hate her, Eric. I don't hate her. Edward, I'm sorry. I don't hate her. I don't hate her. To be honest with you, I don't hate her. I don't like the things that she said. I think the things she said were very harmful and narrow-minded and fed into MTG. Yeah. MTG, tell her. Yeah. I think the things she said were more harmful than she realizes, or that she may realize it and just chose that as some expedient political point and might even really believe it. But the point is that I don't hate her. I just think that kind of stuff is why we got somebody like Donald Trump, and she needs to recognize that. Like, if you're going to lean back on that stuff all the time that she leaned back on, that's why, which is bigoted stuff. That's how you're going to get an elitist that doesn't care about most American people. So it's a trade-off, you know. And so the people out there in politics, wherever you are in the world, if you're thinking about using this racialized tone in your politics, what you're going to get out of it is harm to your country. Like, you're going to get out of it, you're going to get harm, and you're not going to actually get pro-people policy, you know. So yeah, it's sad, man. It's sad.
We're cheering her on especially.
Oh yeah, she probably trying to get her pockets filled too. I mean, yeah. Oh, she's doing that political thing, no doubt about it. I mean, she's getting that money. She's getting that money, but you know, when you got her, she's down. She's not going to be able to walk that back. You know, she said a lot. You know, I don't know where her plan is. Her plan, and look, and here's the thing. This is just my perspective. I see people that organize based on the kind of trivialness that she organizes on as doing themselves harm. You know, MTG. Yeah. This idea that you need to lean on your ethnicity to do good for your ethnicity, I think that's actually not too clever, you know, in the United States of America, because I think actually most people want the same things. So I think when you make it elite, you kind of dumb it down, you know. And again, who disagrees? I don't disagree with Make America First. It's simple. It's a little oversimplified, but it's not something I disagree with, because that's what you're supposed to do. You know, that's how when it comes to politics, duh. Make America great. Everyone in every country around the world would say, yeah, make my country great, right? But when it comes to doing something about it, I think that's where, you know, if she's only talking about her ethnicity, I think that's where the problem comes. Because if you have a situation where most Americans agree with that, then why would you make that about ethnicity? You could harm yourself from getting what you want. Why not just make it about the masses that want the same things? You know, that's what I don't understand about her logic. So I just, I think she's going to get the same result, even worse. I don't think American people are going to. I think these next elections, if you keep using that theme as a carrot to get people, I think people starting to see through it. I think they are. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The Epstein files, what does she do with that? How does she see her future?
It's a great question, Eugene, and the honest answer is she doesn't know herself. I mean, she only knows what she does not want to do at this moment, which is to
Eric, you crazy, man.
Be in elective office, to seek elective office, to be a political activist, to host a political podcast. She doesn't want to do any of those things. A year from now, she very well may change her mind. And I think you're right. She has this enormous platform.
You done goofed. Yeah. Happy New Year to you.
And you can see, after all, even now while she's on vacation in Costa Rica, she's been issuing all these posts on X, commenting on various things that Trump is and isn't doing. At the same time, she's made a political calculation, I suppose you could say, and that calculation is that she's politically homeless. Yes, people may be rooting for her, but would they vote for her? Democrats, very much distrust her. So do establishment Republicans. And now, the godfather, as she put it, of the MAGA movement has cast her out. So where does she go? Who would her base be? I think those questions kind of answer themselves.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think my guess about that is that Americans are a little more open to people that aren't coming up strictly out of these parties, especially the Democratic Party. So, but it is a challenge because politics. You have the state level and then national level. You need support, and you need support to get things done. And if you have people that are willing to basically not sponsor your bills or not support any of your legislation, even if you make it there, it's not helpful. You see what I mean? But in my view, I think, that shouldn't be an issue. There's a chance she can still do something, but hey, we going to find out. That's for sure. And for whatever she's saying right now, I'm happy she's saying it because at the very least, she, when it came to these victims and the seriousness of the Epstein files, I think for her, I think she sees beyond just the victims too. I think she sees the blackmail implications as real also. So, I think it's something there. Yo, what's up, 6 Cents? All right, so let's see here. I see you. Thank you. And good New Year's to you also. Let's see here now. What we got here, man? This is crazy, man. We got this guy right here. Mr. Smith. Yes. And Mr. Smith has been talking because the Republicans wanted him to talk. He wanted to talk, but the Republicans also claimed they wanted him to talk. So they wanted to have a hearing, and they wanted to do it their way. Well, the hearing, the video has been released, and also a transcript. So people got a chance to see Jack Smith speak about these issues. And I liked what I was hearing from him, actually. But let's let others hear it in case you didn't hear it.
It is good to be with you. I'm Antonia Hilton. We start this hour with breaking news. Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee have just released transcripts and video from their deposition of former special counsel Jack Smith. Smith is the one who requested the full deposition be released. That was after his request for a public hearing was rejected. Now we have the details, what Jack Smith told lawmakers on December 17th. And it's the first time we're hearing from Jack Smith on the details of his investigation and his indictment of President Trump.
The timing and speed of our work reflects the strength of the evidence and our confidence that we would have secured convictions at trial.
Yeah, you know what? I saw the back and forth that he had. And they tried to insinuate that somehow what him having a view right now, speaking on it and saying that, that they believed that he was guilty, right, of these crimes, that they could prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. They kind of push back on that to say that, hey, man, you work for the American people. He hasn't been convicted of it yet. Don't you think that's wrong? That was part of the, that he have that opinion, but that was bullshit. Listen to how he breaks that down.
Asked whether
of President Trump.
The timing and speed of our work reflects the strength of the evidence and our confidence that we would have secured convictions at trial. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Republican or a Democrat.
Indeed.
Let's bring in MS Now Capitol Hill reporter Kevin Fry, MS Now legal analyst Joyce Vance, a former U.S. attorney, and former HUD Secretary Julian Castro. Kevin, I'll begin with you. Break down for us, what more are we learning from these deposition transcripts?
Right. So this deposition lasts, or at least the transcript lasts, about 240 pages. It's 8 hours of video to comb through. Our team is dutifully doing that right now. But to tick through some of the key headlines here, he says that if the facts and the law did not justify going forward, he said to this committee that he would not have pursued would not have been comfortable, or rather he would have been comfortable not going ahead with this case. He says that the case was built not just on those that opposed Trump, but also some of his allies and those that voted for him. He says that the AG who, of course, was at the time a Biden appointee, and the president himself, President Biden, did not pressure him to find a case or to go after the president or actually press charges. He also notably took up an issue that has been hot on Capitol Hill in the last 2 months, where several Republican senators and one House member said that they had their phone records reviewed by the DOJ as part of this investigation. Jack Smith was looking into phone calls that the president had around the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And Smith basically pushed back at lawmakers and said that the responsibility for those phone calls and records being reviewed rests with Trump himself. We should note it's the records, not the actual transcripts. They weren't listening in real time. But perhaps the biggest headline here is this, as part of an exchange with one of the lawyers about the standing of this case. Take a listen.
Yeah, this might be the part I was speaking about. They try to insinuate that, that he's biased, him already having an opinion that Trump was guilty. That's ridiculous. But in any case,
you just made some pretty definitive statements about, your belief that President Trump was guilty of these charges. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt in both cases.
And doesn't the Justice Manual prohibit prosecutors from asserting that a defendant is guilty of something before a jury makes a determination?
When a case is pending, yes.
So, Jack,
when a case is pending, yes. And so you hear it. He believed after that he's guilty, but is the case pending? I think that was just a distraction right there. I mean, to be a prosecutor, when you charge someone, right, then you obviously already believe you have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what you believe. You see what I mean? And he is not the one convicting him. He's the one prosecuting it. So it's kind of like a silly ass question, if you ask me, more of a distraction. But
Jack Smith there, very confident in the case that he was able to bring. Of course, he was not able to bring either of those to trial.
I mean, it's a weak attempt, in other words.
Because of, various instances. One other note here, of course, is the timing of all of this. This is now being released in the afternoon on New Year's Eve. This is seemingly designed to get lost, is what would one call a news dump on New Year's Eve in the middle of a very quiet week here in Washington. Of course, for Democrats who are going to be pouring through this, hoping to find things that they can highlight, this will, one, revive the January 6th case just ahead of the January 6th anniversary. The 5th anniversary is next week.
Joyce, I want to read for you one of the strong quotes from this deposition transcript. Jack Smith saying, exploiting that violence, President Trump and his associates tried to call members of Congress in furtherance of their criminal scheme, urging them to further delay certification of the 2020 election. I did not choose those members. President Trump did. Joyce, how do you read his tone? The fact that he doesn't mince words here. This does not seem like someone who's afraid of what we know many have been afraid of, which is that if you go against Trump in a definitive manner such as this, he's likely going to try to find a way to come after you next. How do you read his tone, his posturing here?
This is an experienced career prosecutor, someone who's done cases both domestically and in international courts. It's fair to characterize him as someone who is fearless, which is exactly what we, the public, are entitled to expect from our prosecutors. Without fear, without favor, that's the portrait that emerges of Jack Smith as we begin to review this testimony. The quote you read, I think, is a very important one. This echoes something that prosecutors frequently tell juries in closing arguments. And it's something that I've done many times with a jury. And it goes something like this. You tell the jury when you're talking about the witnesses that you were able to present to them, that you, the prosecutor, didn't pick the witnesses, that the defendant picks the witnesses, that those are the people he chooses to consort with. Because often defense lawyers will argue about the credibility of witnesses that the prosecution puts on, people who were in essence co-conspirators and not exactly altar boys. And so that's something that prosecutors do frequently. Here, Jack Smith does a variant of it. He says, if you're unhappy that we tried to get your phone records, that's not on us, the prosecution. That's on Donald Trump, the man who chose to call you as events were transpiring on January 6th. And many of those incidents were publicly documented. There was newspaper reporting about calls that were made to one senator that were intended for brand new Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville. The senator who received the call actually handed his phone over to Tuberville, who spoke to Trump for several minutes as senators were being evacuated on January 6th. So it's important to understand that prosecutors were not, this was not a wiretap. They were not getting the contents of these calls. They were simply getting records that confirmed what phone calls were made, what numbers they were between, and what times they were made at. That's a real treasure trove of information for prosecutors in terms of identifying potential witnesses and other sorts of information. And it really would have been prosecutorial malpractice not to get those records. So although many of the Republican senators complained that this information was obtained by prosecutors, it's simply a very mundane prosecutorial practice to pull these sorts of records out.
Yeah, you could see trolls essentially, they don't want to talk about the news. So anything but the news. They don't want to talk about the news. If it's about Trump, they don't want to talk about the news. You have to stop it. I'm just talking about I had to time some people out in the chat, but they're not engaging the content. They're simply wanting to engage anything else who's talking about the content. You see what I mean? And that shows you they don't really care about their country, because if these were American citizens, and I'm not even saying they were, right? I'm not even saying that's the case. They would have something more than 2 words. They would actually engage what is being said by the individual. You see what I mean? Jack Smith, right? So, in some type of way that shows you they're fairly interested in it. But a lot of them aren't. It's just that Jack Smith is the one who prosecuted Trump, so therefore he must be bad. Simple. That's simple enough. But what we're going to examine is Jack Smith's actual words to hear what he says. And he said that he'd actually prosecute any person of any party given these sets of facts, regardless of their political affiliation, Republican or Democrat. It simply doesn't matter to them. And that's what I'm curious about. Like, if it was a Democrat who did these things, and I'm going to ask that right now to anybody who's a Trump supporter, if you can even get in the chat, if you're not a troll. There's a few. But if this was and I'm asking everybody else, even if you're a Democrat, right? If this was a Democrat president who did these things, would you want them prosecuted? And my answer is absolutely yes. Any person from any party, no matter who they are, no matter what their color is, no matter what their gender is, no matter what their sexual orientation is, no matter what their ethnicity is, no matter what state they come from, no matter what background they grew up in, rich, poor, whatever, anyone who does anything remotely like this, I would want them prosecuted and thrown in jail 100%. Period. Without even a thought. Just instantly. Bow. Throw them in jail. That's what I want. Period. I don't end the discussion. I don't want to care. I don't care. I don't even want to hear what their political party is. Crimes are crimes. You see what I mean? And this goes back to the thing about what type of person are you? Are you only a person that wants to prosecute, let's say, drug dealers when they look a certain way? Or are you only a person that wants to prosecute rapists when they look a certain way? Or sound a certain way? Are you only a person that wants to, prosecute crime when it's a person of a certain American ethnicity or, gender or whatever, these kind of things, and those would be basically hypocrites that say, yeah, I'll do it that way, So for me, I think Jack Smith made the correct answer. I doubt the trolls will care. I doubt it.
Julian, what do you make of the timing of this release? That Kevin, he touched on this. I think we're all familiar with the news dump, the strategy there at times, but also the fact that they've released.
Okay, so I'm going to ask in the chat, Put a 1 in the chat if you would expect any person who participated in these types of crimes, right, or the alleged crimes that have been alleged, the ones that he's been already charged for, right? If it was any other president, any other person charged of these crimes, would you want them convicted? Would you want, if they participated in the same exact activity? For example, if they went out there and said that they wanted people to go up to the Capitol, if they wanted the election to be overthrown, if they wanted the what do they call it, the electoral ballots to be, taken down or changed by some congressional member, if they participated, would you want them prosecuted? Put a 1 in the chat. If you wouldn't want them prosecuted for those things, put a 2 in the chat. And I'm just curious, what person wouldn't want it? You see, and I just don't get it. So, but in any case, let's hear some more.
This 8-hour video on YouTube after so much resistance over a public hearing when Jack Smith made very clear that he was willing to tell this story, to state his case in front of the American people, in front of cameras from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, this is in politics the classic thing that you do when you want to bury something. As Kevin mentioned, look, nobody is paying attention today compared to other days. It's New Year's Eve. People are on.
So I'm going to time this person out that wrote, yeah, throw Obama in jail. And I'm going to tell you why I'm going to do it, right? It's because the person didn't really engage the question. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. So I don't know. Can I do that? Here we go. Yeah, just engage the question as it is. You don't have to bring up any other you don't have to bring up the name of anybody else. Just say yes or no. 1 or 2 is good enough, because you don't want to distract off of what's happening and what's being discussed right here. You see what I mean? So let's go some more.
Holiday.
Obama ain't been the president in how many decades? It's like, damn.
Taking a break if they can. And so the politics of this are very clear. Republicans are doing it, but they don't think this is necessarily going to help their case. And to anybody that cares about transparency, the rule of law, due process, this is a very, significant moment in this case to celebrate, because the false narrative that's being put forth here is that somehow Jack Smith and the Biden Justice Department went on a witch hunt of Donald Trump. And the more transparency, the more sunlight we have, like this transcript and the video, I think the more you see that that's completely bogus. It's not true. That's why they're burying it.
Retired was retired, and yeah. It is what it is.
New Year's Eve.
Seriously?
I'm curious about that. I think we got to demand that people engage the actual topics and the things that are being discussed, and not just deviate to Obama or anything else outside of what's there. You see what I mean? I mean, anybody can make blatant. I could go in the chat and just write, Trump is a creep. I could just write that in any chat. Trump is a creep, no matter what. Trump is a creep. Trump is a creep. But I'm not really showing how I'm engaging the content when I do that. You see what I mean? Because there may be different aspects of that that's being discussed, right? How somebody is a creep or whatsoever, So I'm just going to start timing people out that just don't engage what they're listening to. You see, I don't have any room for that, really. I mean, not much room. It's too much bullshit. Now, you're not blocked. I'm just going to time out statements that are not engaging. If you just come in the chat and make some general statement like that's not engaging what's being discussed, that's the issue. So if you can, I'm asking you, try to engage what is being discussed. Show people that you're actually engaged in what is being discussed, not only what your own opinion about some other thing is. You see what I mean? Like straight up, let's try to do that, because the reason why I say that is because I'm here to find out what people think about this stuff. That's why I'm here. I want to know what you think about this stuff. I don't want to know what you think about some other shit. I don't want to know what you think about Obama. I want to know about what you think about Jack Smith when we're playing legacy media news about Jack Smith. That's what I want to know. Now, of course, it's not that strict. It's a lot of people here that might start talking about other things. That's great. But when we start, when I start asking people questions about this stuff, Come on, man. Don't just come out of left field and start talking about rubber trees and shit. And they get rubber from, did you know they make tires from rubber? It's like, come on, man. Like, that's all I'm saying. So, no, you're not blocked, okay? I'm just timing people out. If you say some shit like the N-word or get really foul, then I will block you from the channel. You know what I'm saying? But if, just these kind of questions, let's try to engage it. That's all I'm saying,
Into the conversation now, David Drucker, too. He's an MS Now contributor, senior writer at The Dispatch, and author of In Trump's Shadow. David, welcome to the conversation. I don't know how much time you've had to dig through this transcript, but I want to get your reaction both to its actual contents, but also to the context here. As we've heard, there's been the Republican spin around this, the allegations of improper accessing of phone transcripts.
Okay, so we heard all that before, right? I mean, that's what they're making a claim about. Let's see here. Let's see what's one more here. I think they may have some more recent follow up on that. Me and myself, I mean, the man just did a good job, and if he didn't do a good job, then let the jury say it, right? Why not let the jury decide who's doing things properly and who's not? Why not let the judge decide that? In this case, we let the Supreme Court say, you can't do that. You can't prosecute that man. He's running for presidency. You can't prosecute him for crimes that he committed before with top secret records and all this other shit in Jan 6. No. You got to wait to see if he wins the election again. And then after that, if he's not dead and decrepit and out of his goddamn mind, if he's fresh enough to stand trial, then maybe the American people can get justice. But that's literally what they did. So in other words, y'all, a president can just destroy the entire fucking country and burn it down to rubble. And because he's trying to run for office again, you can't do nothing about it. That's what the Supreme Court basically decided. It's election year. You know what I'm saying? It's you can't do that 2 years before he run for office. You can't do that 1 year. It's like basically, yeah, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? You could do anything you want if you're running for office. That's our Supreme Court. They could have. In other words, what if he was being tried for killing some of their family members? The Supreme Court, would they side with his ass then? Because they getting death threats every goddamn day. You see what I mean? Like, what if he killed one of their family members? Would they still be like that? No, you got the man's running for office. No, you can't prosecute him on that. He did that because he was the president. It's like, literally, like, I'm sorry, but that got to be fixed. That has to be one of the first things Congress and the Senate fix. They need to make sure those erroneous decisions can never happen again. They put a lot of people in danger, a lot of people's lives, including their own lives. I mean, how could you be a Supreme Court justice and want to give the president the ability to fucking kill you? Well, that makes no goddamn sense. That is crazy. And they did that. They basically did it. They did it. I don't understand it.
Of former special counsel Jack Smith's closed-door
Can't
testimony
prosecute him. He's running for president.
from earlier this month.
He was the president when he gave that order to kill my nephew. I'm just a Supreme Court justice. That's all.
The 255-page transcript and 8+ hour-long video shows Smith answering questions about his decision to bring charges against the president for allegedly trying to overturn the 2020 election, revealing Smith's plans for a trial and possible additional charges against alleged co-conspirators. Listen.
Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party. And so
well, let's hear that again. Damn. He was asking him about, who backed him up. And he was like, damn, no, man, it's actually Republicans that backed me up. It's Republicans that came to me and said, hey, man, did you know the president fucking did this? Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. He went too far. I supported the man. I agree with the man's politics. But with this Jan 6, he went too far.
President for allegedly trying to overturn the 2020 election, revealing Smith's plans for a trial and possible additional charges against alleged co-conspirators. Listen.
Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party. And so the president got information from people he trusted on other issues. He rejected it whenever it didn't fit him staying in office.
I want to bring in
what a coincidence.
Gary Grumbach, who's been following this breaking news, this developing news. Gary, obviously, it's very long. We're talking about 8 hours of video, and I know you and your team are still parsing through it, still trying to figure out what stands out. But what do you see so far?
So a lot of it, what we have in here is stuff we knew, because Jack Smith did write hundreds of pages of a final report before he left his post as special counsel. One of the biggest things is that he believed he had enough evidence not only to bring charges and to try, but to convict Donald Trump on obstruction of the electoral count on January 6th. That is a very significant point. He also believed he had enough evidence to convict Donald Trump on the classified documents case down in Florida. The other big point I think that is important making here is that he believed that there were multiple people around Donald Trump, and he says he has evidence of this, that told Donald Trump things he believed about the 2020 election were patently false. But Donald Trump went out the next day or weeks later and would go out to a rally,
Ralph,
and would go out to TV interviews, and go out.
Yeah, you too, Ralph. Have a happy New Year to you.
To the press room and say those exact same things. So he knew what he was saying was false. Jack Smith did admit that he believes that he could get indicted for this, and he says he's not concerned if he is indicted by the Department of Justice for his actions over the past 2 years.
All right, Gary Grum.
You know what? I want to hear when he said that, actually. Where is it at? He actually did say something to that effect, but they didn't play it here. But let me see. Is it right here? Yeah, here it is. I think. Let me rewind it a little bit. Here. 2 seconds. Yeah, his testimony. Obviously, it's long, right? So I didn't hear it all, but I did hear a little bit. Here, let's turn this up.
Discretion, yes.
His opening statement was pretty cool, actually. But let me see here.
Jackson stated, while the prosecutor at his best is one of the most beneficent forces in our society, when he acts from malice or other base motives, he is one of the worst. Do you agree with that?
I do.
I'm going to pull this back just a little bit because, they went right into it. There's a lot, but even just right off of the top was pretty riveting and informing. I would encourage any American citizen to watch this video, and the one that I'm playing is through the Midas Touch. They actually published the entire hearing. Right. But I would encourage every American to just watch the whole thing yourself. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. But to just give you an example, I'm going to play a little bit of this right here. Hold on.
Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. On behalf of Lanny Brewer and myself, we do have some preliminary remarks that we would like to make. Mr. Smith is committed to providing information to this committee about.
I haven't. You were lucky. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I mean. Anybody, even if you watch half of it or watch a quarter of it, the statements, my belief is that Republicans and including Donald Trump, they don't want you to watch this. This is something they don't want you to watch because every answer he gives, is very is on point, totally clear. And I don't believe the news media could give it justice right now. You know what I mean? There's a lot to dissect, but Americans owe themselves to hear the words from his mouth directly without anybody interfering with it, because if you're going to criticize the man, the least you could do is actually hear his words. And he's waited for how long? How long has this been? How long has it taken to actually just hear what he thinks? The guy who actually charged the man. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's been a long time. So, it's riveting. But let me let it play.
The work of the special counsel's office. while following all laws and rules restricting a former prosecutor's ability to disclose certain information. To that end, we appreciate the committee's assistance in working with the Department of Justice to provide Mr. Smith with authorization and clarification on the parameters around Mr. Smith's testimony today. Of course, some restrictions remain on Mr. Smith's testimony, two of which I would like to highlight before we begin. First, as the committee is aware, in its letter of December 11th, 2025, the Justice Department admonished Mr. Smith that he is not authorized to divulge information that is prohibited by law or courts, including that which is subject to Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E.
So
it is our understanding from communication.
You see, so this is a key point right here. Just right off of the bat, the Justice Department doesn't want him talking about the documents that Trump stole, out of the White House and that whole thing. They don't want him discussing any of it because apparently part of it is still being, something. I don't know what their issue is, but they will say what their issue is. But they didn't want him talking about that part. So
communications with the committee and the Justice Department that DOJ is interpreting a matter under Rule 6E to be limited to the inner workings of the grand jury. On a call with committee staff and with the Department of Justice on December 11th to discuss the scope and application of grand jury secrecy requirements, Assistant Attorney General Patrick Davis agreed with Mr. Castor's statement that based on DOJ's authorization letter and its interpretation of Rule 6E, it would be virtually impossible for DOJ to prosecute Mr. Smith for violating grand jury secrecy restrictions. Second, according to the Justice Department, discussion of Volume 2 of the Special Counsel's report and any information or conclusions in Volume 2 or in drafts thereof is specifically prohibited by Judge Cannon's January 21st, 2025 order. This morning, just over an hour ago, the Department of Justice sent us an email affirming its view that Judge Cannon's order applies to Mr. Smith and that it precludes him from disclosing any non-public information that may be contained in Volume 2, including, but not limited to, interview transcripts, search warrant materials, business records, toll records, video footage, records obtained by grand jury subpoenas, attorney-client communications.
Y'all hearing this? So the Justice Department has prohibited them from, Judge Cannon is prohibiting him from discussing any of this other. So in other words, they want this stuff to remain hidden from the American people, essentially.
And potential Rule 404B evidence. This restriction significantly limits Mr. Smith's ability to discuss the classified documents case. Nevertheless, Mr. Smith is committed to doing his best to answering questions consistent with the department's guidance. And I asked that that email from the Department of Justice that was sent earlier this morning be made part of the record.
That'll be Exhibit 5.
Thank you. I also want to clarify that the email from the Department of Justice says that Mr. Smith can disclose information in answering questions where that information is in the public record and has been made publicly available through authorized means. And I want to specifically cite that language because yesterday the Department of Justice disclosed to Senator Grassley some emails related to the execution of the search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. I anticipate that those emails may be used during today's deposition and that Mr. Smith may be asked questions about that search warrant and the probable cause supporting the search warrant that was signed by a judge in the Southern District of Florida. And I just want to confirm our understanding that because those emails were released by the Department of Justice to Chairman Grassley, everyone here has a mutual understanding that those emails were made publicly available through authorized means.
Yeah, Tamika talk about he got no business seeing them. Those files, they top secret. What is his business? Tamika, don't you mean you got no business seeing them files? You know, you could speak for yourself, but this dude works for. It's exactly his job. He was doing his job when he was looking at those classified, and he followed procedure for it. You know what I'm saying? So. I mean, did the files, what were the business? Why were the files in fucking Mar-a-Lago? Okay, Tamika, damn. Is that okay with you that the files were in Mar-a-Lago that these
And we would concur with
no business and shit like
that in our discussion with the Justice Department.
Trump's goddamn cleaning staff, it was their business to be able to see the files though. When they go to the toilet and shit, just cleaning the toilet. Here go the files. It's my business. Let me open it up. Oh, this Mr. Trump.
And it was in the context of the member.
There's some nuclear files and shit for Iran. Whoa, wow, that's my business.
Poll records subpoenas. They indicated that documents that are in the public realm are fair game for discussion and don't apply to the 6E.
They just found more files in Texas? Oh, shit. Let me look that up. 2 seconds. Thank you for that, Sassy Mo. What's up?
Disclosure of 6E material. And we would further acknowledge that if Senator Grassley posted these materials on his official website, that is an authorized release. I mean, these are materials that were produced to the House and the Senate. And if Senator Grassley posted them publicly, they are certainly part of the public record.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. We are in agreement.
Yo, it does. It says in the final days of 2025 and the first day of 2026, the focus has shifted away from Mar-a-Lago classified documents case, which was largely dismissed or wound down following Donald Trump's return to office. Right. So, yeah, we'll never know because Trump he was allowed to be president after doing all of this. So he gets to stop it as the president, right? Right. That's what MAGA people wanted. Right. OK. They didn't want it to go through a trial to see if anything happens. Right. OK. And towards a massive new controversy involving 5 million pages of documents related to Epstein. OK. So discovery of 1 million. No. Where is this? Is this only about Mar-a-Lago? Is this only? Hold on. What? Obama era files? Yo, simultaneously, General Pam Bondi signaled on December 29th that the DOJ is now pivoting its investigative resources. Rather than looking for more Trump files, the department is investigating a decade-long conspiracy involving the previous two administrations, focusing on how the original Trump, Russia, and Epstein investigations were handled. Okay, that's not new. Hey, tell me where you heard about that, Sassy Mo. Tell me about that.
Can I just note one thing for the record, that counsel for the minority have not been involved in any of the discussions that Mr. Koski just discussed between the Judiciary Committee and Department of Justice. I just want to make that clear for the record.
All right. Noted.
Thank you. My understanding is that if, for whatever reason, the questions today move into an area that we believe Mr. Smith cannot answer because of some legal restriction, we have reached an agreement with the committee staff that we will raise our concern in the moment to see if we can navigate around the restrictions. And if we are unable, we will move on to another topic and then revisit that issue during a break or at the end of the day.
So it's worth noting the Justice Department, they didn't send a representative to the hearing. So that's interesting right there. So I don't understand that. So, yeah, but in any case.
Yes.
Just to augment what my partner said, we had proposed to the Department of Justice that it have a lawyer here present today so that if any issue came up, we could immediately resolve it, because Mr. Smith is committed to answering every question he can lawfully.
It's so funny. What are these trolls talking about? Somebody wrote, you wish you could find something, on Trump. Listen, we're talking, again, for you trolls out there, stay on topic. We're talking about this, Jack Smith. Jack Smith, he's been called in by Republicans. This is Republicans who called him in. The Democrats don't even have the power, yo. This is like Republicans. They want to hear from Jack Smith. That's what they wanted to hear. So you don't want to hear from Jack Smith? I mean, that's what I don't know. How many of y'all don't want to hear from Jack Smith? You know, but I mean, this is Republicans. If he's a known liar, Tammy, then why are Republicans calling him in? Isn't that what they want to hear? Don't you want to hear about how he lied? Don't you want to hear them bust him all up? That's what they called him in for. But it doesn't sound like that happened.
The Department of Justice chose not to have a lawyer here today.
Thank you. Finally,
You hear that? You hear that part right there? Listen to this.
Committed to answering every question he can. Did it have a lawyer here present today?
Yes.
Just to augment what my partner said, we had proposed to the Department of Justice that it have a lawyer here present today, so that if any issue came up, we could immediately resolve it.
You see that? They requested that the Department of Justice had a lawyer there today. So if any issue came up about what they're asking him regarding the number 2 files for, the Mar-a-Lago files, top secret, if there was any issue that came up in any question that they wanted to say no to or say okay to, either way, they would be able to do it right there. And they didn't send anybody.
Because Mr. Smith is committed to answering every question he can lawfully. The Department of Justice chose not to have a lawyer here today.
They chose not to.
Thank you. Finally, I feel compelled to make an observation about the risks of participating in this deposition.
This one is revealing right here what he says right here about the idea about threats. Right? Let's see here. I think that's what they're about to go into.
The most powerful person in the world has said that Mr. Smith should be in jail because of his work as special counsel. Not because Jack did anything wrong, but because he had the audacity to follow the facts and the law and apply them to that powerful person.
Good looking out for us.
And through its actions, this Justice Department has demonstrated its eagerness to follow President Trump's orders, despite the facts and the law. Yesterday, the President's Chief of Staff is reported to have confirmed in interviews that the President is indeed pursuing criminal prosecutions against his perceived adversaries as part of a retribution campaign. In the face of those threats, Mr. Smith appears today undaunted, comforted by the knowledge that not only did he do nothing wrong, he conducted his work as special counsel with integrity, impartiality, and an uncompromising commitment to the rule of law. If the committee will allow, Mr. Smith has some remarks that he would like to share.
These remarks are very
I would just
interesting.
note from Exhibit 4, the December 11th Justice Department letter, they specifically say, the last paragraph on page 2, as to your question about the department's recent disclosure to Congress of certain internal communications considering whether to authorize toll record subpoenas, which Congress publicly released on November 25th, 2025, you are correct that the department does not believe that the specific materials it produced to Congress are covered by 6E for the reasons described above.
Thank you, Mr. Castor. That's helpful. We are in agreement on that. My concern is that that doesn't address Judge Cannon's order, which the department has said Mr. Smith is still bound by because the toll record subpoenas were not part of the classified documents case. And so Judge Cannon's order is a separate legal restriction that exists independent of Rule 60.
Okay. And I would just note on our call with the Justice Department, their position was, of course he can talk about it if it's in the public realm. And that admonition from the department was not limited to, toll records question or something in, Judge Cannon.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, you had some remarks as well?
Okay, here he goes right here now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss my work as special counsel. I was taught as a young prosecutor to follow the facts and the law, and to do so without fear or favor, to do the right thing the right way for the right reasons. For nearly 3 decades, I've been a career prosecutor. I've served during both Republican and Democratic administrations and I've been guided by those principles in every role I've held. I continued to honor those principles when I was appointed to serve as special counsel in November of 2022. The decision to bring charges against President Trump was mine, but the basis for those charges rests entirely with President Trump and his actions, as alleged in the indictments returned by grand juries in 2 different districts. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power. Our investigation also developed powerful evidence that showed that President Trump willfully retained highly classified documents after he left office in January of 2021, storing them at his social club, including in a ballroom and a bathroom. He then repeatedly tried to...
It's not your business whether he wanted to store them in his bathroom. Says the troll.
Obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those, then including in a ballroom and a bathroom.
You know, that's so demeaning. You know, that's talking down to all American citizens. That troll that was in here, it's none of his business with classified information. Listen, that's so crazy because it is exactly the American people's business. It's our business, and he is our vehicle. He's handling our business. That's how it actually works. You know, this guy was on American people's business, time. He was actually doing what the American people expect of him to do. And then somebody in the chat talking about, oh, it ain't his business, the top secret files. He shouldn't be nowhere near there. What the hell?
He then repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my team as I executed my responsibilities. I am both saddened and angered that President Trump has sought revenge against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff simply for doing their jobs and for having worked on those cases. These dedicated public servants are the best of us, and they have been wrongly vilified and improperly dismissed from their jobs. I made my decisions in the investigation without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 presidential election. We took our actions based on the facts and the law, the very lessons I learned early in my career as a prosecutor. We followed Justice Department policies and observed legal requirements. The timing and speed of our work reflects
Cuban
the
crisis,
strength
what's
of the
up?
evidence and our confidence that we would have secured convictions at trial. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Republican or a Democrat. Recent narratives about my team's work are false and misleading, including...
Hey, this is now, just for people that don't know and people that's just chiming in, listeners, this is the Republicans. They called him. It's the Republicans. They're doing this. This is, obviously majority Republican thing, right? And they've been saying this is what the accusation has been, that Jack Smith somehow violated the law, right? So everyone that pays attention to the news and the internet and the trolls, beyond one day would know that, right? And so he's only there because they called him. You see what I mean? And he actually is the one that wanted to do this, and he wanted it to be live, and in the end, available to the public. And in the end, they decided to allow it to be open to the public somehow. Matter of fact, let me look that up. But in any case, just in case I'm wrong, let me look that up. No problem. I got no problem with that at all. That's why we're here. It only takes a couple of seconds. But in any case, the Justice Department did not want to send an attorney to this. They didn't even want to. So no matter who called them, the Justice Department also did not want to be there to participate, which they had an option to do. Like, they could have objected to certain questions, or they could have followed up and asked them about certain statements or regarding the law. You know what I mean? They could have chimed in somehow, but they decided not to do that. So this is just left up to congressional members that might have an opinion or want to probe his views, right? But this, in the end, it just seems like it's more damaging to Trump, what's being said. So I can understand why a troll wouldn't want to hear this. But look, you let me know, chat, because a lot of you guys are just as informed as me, or even more. Some of you guys are even more informed. Is this the Republicans who called Jack Smith to Congress? I'm going to look that up right now for myself. Let me know. If it is, yeah, vote blue for real. I see you, Judy. If it is, put a 1 in the chat if this was the Republicans who made this happen. Put a 2 in the chat if it was the Dems, or let me know. Let me see here. Let me just look this up real quick. I believe it's them who called him to testify. They didn't, I think it's them challenging his views, right? And yeah, it's the Republicans. Look, now I'm going to play this back just so people can hear it for themselves. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know why people have a hard time with this, but some do. But in any case, I'm going to play back what Gemini brought up to me so folks can hear it. Let's see here.
Yes, Republicans did call Jack Smith to testify. In a significant year-end move, the House Judiciary Committee, led by Chairman Jim Jordan, subpoenaed former special counsel Jack Smith for a closed-door deposition. On December 31, 2025, yesterday, the committee released the full 255-page transcript and video of that testimony. Key highlights from Jack Smith's testimony, released December 31, 2025. The testimony, which actually took place on December 17th, was an 8-hour marathon where Smith defended his now-defunct investigations into President Trump. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Smith stated on the record that his team had developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump willfully retained classified documents and engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election. The secret subpoenas. Republicans focused heavily on revelations that Smith had approved secret subpoenas for the phone records of several GOP lawmakers, including Jim Jordan and Scott Perry. Smith acknowledged that the judges who signed off on these orders were not informed that the records belonged to members of Congress, citing standard DOJ policy at the time. Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony. In a move that surprised some, Smith distanced his investigation from certain high-profile claims made during the January 6 committee hearings. He specifically noted that Cassidy Hutchinson's claim about Trump grabbing the steering wheel of the presidential SUV was second-hand hearsay, and that his own investigators found different accounts from the actual officers in the car. Fear of retribution. Smith admitted to lawmakers that he believes the current Trump administration and the DOJ, under AG Pam Bondi, are seeking retribution against him and his staff for their work on the cases. The connection to the Epstein files. While the testimony focused on the Trump prosecutions, the timing of the transcript's release on New Year's Eve has been linked by media outlets to the ongoing Epstein file controversy. House Democrats, including Jamie Raskin, have pointed out that while the GOP-led committee is quick to release transcripts that scrutinize Jack Smith, the DOJ has been slow to release the 5.2 million pages of Epstein documents. They have accused the administration of selective transparency, releasing material that helps Trump's narrative while redacting or delaying material, like the Epstein files, that might contain damaging information.
Yeah.
Would you like me to pull the specific section of the transcript where Smith discusses the secret subpoenas of Republican phone records?
So, basically, I was right. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I was right. You know, it's just that so much shit is moving so fast. You forget what happened 2 weeks ago because goddamn, this administration is on a scorched earth thing. You know, it's just got its hands in everything, and to where you can't even keep up with it. And then you might forget what you already knew last week. So it is the Republicans who called him. It was their business. Okay, so you Republicans and you trolls that don't like it, guess what? You don't like your own goddamn party. Basically, it's them who's doing this shit. And how revealing is it that you don't want to hear anything about Trump? Wouldn't you want to hear about Trump? Don't you want to know what Trump is doing on your behalf? Don't you want to know what he's doing as your president? You elected him. you support him. Why don't you want to talk about the things you support? That's crazy. Like, so you can't have it both ways. You know, you have to decide what you want. You can't just flip flop the whole goddamn time. You see what I mean? So, so there we heard it. So let's hear some more from Jack Smith here.
About our collection of toll records, or a Democrat. Recent narratives about my team's work are false and misleading, including stories about our collection of toll records. Toll records were sought for historical telephone routing information, collected after calls had taken place, identifying the incoming and outgoing call numbers, the time of the calls and their duration. Toll records do not include the content of calls. Those records were lawfully subpoenaed and were relevant to complete a comprehensive investigation. January 6th was an attack on the structure of our democracy in which over 140 heroic law enforcement officers were assaulted. Over 160.
It was an attack. It was an attack on our democracy, you know, and yeah, that's how he's framing it himself. And I hope the MAGA folks hear it, and I hope yeah, you just have to keep hearing it. That's what it was. And you might disagree, or you may stand against Jack Smith. You might stand against him. But what you're standing in against is the defense of our democracy. So that's foul as hell, you know. But
individuals later pled guilty to assaulting police that day.
Yeah, and exactly. So who said it? Judy. Yeah, exactly. Why hasn't he been kicked out already? Good question. It's our Congress and Senate. Our Congress and Senate hasn't had enough of corruption yet. So that's what it tells me. And I hope no matter who you are, Republican or Democrat, you understand that the next election is about corruption. It's about corruption. So essentially, at the end of the day, do you want there to not be this corruption that you claimed you wanted? Because it's all over the place. And, you know, these people are feeding the rich. They're giving your tax dollars to the wealthy. You know, nothing is being done for the average American citizen right now. And it's just terrible. You know, it's just terrible. And they're allowing it. Look, the reason why I'm saying this, for people that don't know, and I'm sorry, I know a lot of people in the chat know this, and a lot of my listeners know, but for the people that don't know, there's always a percentage of people that don't know that chime in. That's why I do this right now. A lot of people don't know that if you have a problem in the United States of America with a president, with a Supreme Court justice, with anyone, with a congressional member, with a senator, with other individuals, head appointees of different government agencies, FBI, CIA, all of that, the Congress, at the very least, before an election happens, at the very least, any day of the week, the Congress and the Senate can remove anyone from office. I hope the people that don't know that understand that. Now you know. Now someone has bothered to say it enough. In case there is someone that is problematic in government, any position, any seat in government, whether it's the Supreme Court, whether it's lower courts, whether it's anything, right? They can actually, if it's the federal courts, if it's any federal government, part of federal government, the Supreme Court and Senate can remove them. You see? And so you don't have to wait for an election. So what that means is that if you are tired of fucking seeing Trump, if you're tired of seeing Kash Patel, if you're tired of seeing Pam Bondi, if you're tired of seeing whatever the hell what's the lady's name at the Homeland Security and the other one in the goddamn Homeland, who else is it? Goddamn the CIA, all of them. Whose fault is it right now? It's actually Congress and the Senate. It's the Congress and the Senate. If you're tired of it, it's the Congress and the Senate. You see what I mean? They can stop it right now. If you're too tired to wait for an election, which is next November, right? 2020, this November 2026, right? I believe that. And there's some special elections in between that too, of course. But if you're just super tired, you can tell them to impeach these people right now. Like, that's what you can do. And they have the power to do it. Congress has the power to charge or whatever, or, I don't know what they call it, to, say that he's done corrupt things. this and say it's final, we agree, so be it, the Congress and the Senate has the power to say, yeah, and now we want removal, so be it, and they can do that. So yeah, it's on them at this point. Everything that you're saying, the things you don't like, the threats against Venezuela, the threats against Greenland, the threats against Denmark, the threats against NATO, the corruption of Elon Musk, the richest man on earth, got to look through the treasury, wants to get his hands in the treasury, got to look through your Social Security. Elon Musk, the richest man on earth, got 3 different citizenships, got the right to see your mama, your daddy, and your kids' Social Security records because of this president. If you're tired of shit like that, if you're tired of them withholding the Epstein files, it can change in one fucking day. It can change if the Congress and the Senate have enough members that want it to be. Right now, they don't. And folks need to know that. Right now, they don't. They don't. They don't have it.
Exploiting that violence, President Trump and his associates tried to call members of Congress in furtherance of their criminal scheme, urging them to further delay certification of the 2020 election.
Oh, hold on. Somebody said you crying lib. Oh, okay. Look, Jeff Boo. What a ugly, stupid name. Jeff Boo. Anyway, Jeff Boo, how much is your health insurance? What state do you live in? And who's your health care provider? Let's qualify that statement. You think we some crying libs? Let us know who thinks they're crying libs out here. Let us know your state and let us know who your health care provider is so we can qualify that statement, okay? Straight up.
I did not choose those members.
Yeah, God bless Trump. Retired. Somebody said, okay, retired is in here talking about God bless Trump. Retired life, what state do you live in and who is your health care provider? Just curious about that.
President Trump did. I hope that my testimony today serves to correct these mischaracterizations about my work, and to that end, I welcome your questions.
Augment code just outperformed.
They don't want to answer questions like that. I guess they got timed out. Maybe somebody timed them out. But listen. This is how we going to have to qualify shit in 2026. Like when somebody says some stupid shit in the chat, just ask them what state do they live in and who is their health care provider. And we can figure out the rest. The next question would be, what income bracket are they in? We could take it from there, whether this person is a lunatic or not. You know what I'm saying? These people, they out here arguing and shit to have their own family members stripped of health care and shit. It's like, okay, buddy. Okay. Sure, you got it. No DDA 75. What state do you live in and who is your health care provider? I want to know how much you pay for health care, please. Let everybody know.
We can get you a copy, yeah.
You just made some pretty definitive statements about, your belief that President Trump was guilty of these.
Okay, this is a great question right here. Check this out.
Of these charges. Is that correct?
Hold on. Let me take it back a little.
Yes, I believe we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
But you would agree that it's a role of a jury.
Here we go.
States his assessment of the evidence. Mine does as well. And
words like jurors could find her
is because it was our belief.
Okay, sorry. Here it is. I made a mistake. I wanted to take it back to the top of the question.
In your view, he's guilty of President Trump's.
And the basis for why we proceeded. Why we proceeded as we did is because we had a strong case.
All right, here we go.
As I set forth in the final report.
But your final report makes what seems to be conclusive determinations of President Trump's guilt, as opposed to laying out simply the facts and the evidence that you have. I mean, you draw those conclusions that, in your view, he's guilty. Is that not the case?
Well, to be clear, the cases were never tried. We were never put to our burden before a jury, so we didn't conclusively prove it. The reason the report was written the way it was written, and the reason I said what I just said, is because it was our belief that if we went to trial, we would prevail.
But your report differs, if you look at Special Counsel Hur's report and Special Counsel Mueller's report, I mean, the language that you use and the way you describe the things that you believe President Trump committed, is different. Her was careful to use words like jurors could find or might, at most, would likely conclude, whereas the language you use is pretty definitive.
Her report states his assessment of the evidence. Mine does as well. And as I said, I feel and feel to this day that we had a very strong case. And so I communicated that.
Okay. But you would agree that it's the role of the jury, not the special counsel, to weigh the facts and determine guilt?
Ultimately, yes.
But he's not there anymore. He's not on the case anymore. So he can state whatever he wants. They removed his ass from it. So, but I'm seeing everybody's comments. So Judy, thank you very much for subscribing. And I appreciate that so much. Let me see and shared. Yo, I appreciate that a lot. Now let me see here. AMZ, what is that? Amazon Asian, right? What's the difference? What's the difference between Woody from Toy Story and DJT? Okay, I saw that too. Now somebody said the price of the healthcare. Yeah, y'all got that also, right? Now let me see here. My healthcare provider, Judy said, my healthcare provider is out after next week. Yo, we found that out yesterday. Somebody else who was in Maryland, they were talking about their healthcare provider trolling us. But if you're a member, go to the stream yesterday because that's set to membership now. But you will see what happened. We had a troll in there. The chat is on replay. And they were pretending, capping for Trump and all of this stuff. And then when we got down to the basic question of what state you live in, this is what we got to ask everybody. Whenever they start trolling for Trump, what state do you live in and who is your health care provider? Because after the person was capping and doing all of this shit, right? Then when it got down to sharing that part, you find out he ain't even got health care tomorrow. They're going to stop offering health care in Maryland, this one company, just because of Trump. So it's like it shows you, like at this point, if you're supporting Trump and you're supporting the big, beautiful bill, if you're supporting Congress that stands behind that bill, you're anti yourself. You're against your own self. You're against your own family. If you're a middle class person in America, if you're making under $200,000 a year, you are against your own family if you support that bill. And if you support any congressional member that stands behind that bill, you are against your own family. It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter gender. It doesn't matter anything else. You have just made your cost of living much, much more if you want to maintain health care in the United States of America. It's just very simple. And it's terrible that people listen to me. This is a fact, what I'm saying. Don't let anyone else confuse you from this fact. It is just a fact. Don't let trolls on the internet confuse you. You have an obligation, of course, to notice yourself. But in case you don't know it, you can't say no one has told you. If you earn $200,000 or less, somewhere in that bracket, and if you're not in the bracket above, you have just stolen money out of your kids, mothers, sister, brothers, wife's family, your family. You have just stolen money, food out of your mouths. You have just stolen money off of your family's table with that bill. You have to understand that. You got to understand that. And it's very simple. We could prove it right now. Anybody want to talk about who their healthcare provider is? Anybody want to talk about what state they come from and who their healthcare provider is? Because we can wrap that up. But in case you don't know, we wrapped it up in the video yesterday. Right. So if you're a member, you can view that video. But anybody that wants to troll for Trump, come on in and tell us which state do you live in and who's your healthcare provider? And don't try to convince me that you're a millionaire sitting in here on this chat. Don't try to convince me of that because you damn near you got to be making over a certain amount of money to even think that bill is anywhere close to good. You see what I mean? Like, it's already averaged out. They've already averaged it out. If you are a middle class American, if you're earning 200 somewhere in that realm, like, you got to make even more, right? You are crazy if you're supporting them right now. And if you support this Congress that passed it, you're crazy. They took food and money and they took things from your family that you won't get. Like, seriously. That bill is an insult to the average, insulting to the average American family. It just is, you know. And I hope you really figure it out, because I live abroad. I'm an American citizen and I live abroad. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark, and I have universal health care myself. So and in case you think that that's some kind of bad thing and you want to get into taxes, listen, let me tell you, regardless of what the taxes are, they might be slightly higher, but it's only slightly for the average person. But understand this, even with all these taxes that you claim is the issue, is the real problem, is why you can't do healthcare, even though that's bullshit. Across, when you compare the economy of the average American citizen to the average European, on average, even with that tax, the average European is bringing home $1,000 more of their own money a month after the tax and after their expenses. So you have to understand that folks have been taken for a ride in the U.S. over this, and this should be one major issue, like, that you got to find fault. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that there's not criticism to go around to whatever party. Of course there is, because it's your tax dollars and you got to work for them. But there can be no mistake about it. The administrative fees that are put into healthcare is where the problem, the base, one clear area that you can solve that will reduce the price of healthcare extremely. Like, it's goddamn, you're buying people goddamn yachts. You're buying people yachts through the healthcare system. That should be your problem. Your problem shouldn't be whether a visitor to the United States of America gets brought to an emergency room. That shouldn't be your problem. Your problem should be the billions of dollars they're taking in administrative fees. You know, seriously, straight up. I mean, I don't get it. You cannot talk about corruption in the United States of America if you're not talking about the corruption in the healthcare system via administrative cost. You just simply can't. That is where it is. That's your bullseye when it comes to healthcare. But let's go.
And then one other thing about you relating to your statement, and we'll get into this a little later on, but the toll record subpoenas for members of Congress, we have some very serious concerns about acquiring these toll records, relating to.
I see you, Master Polk. I see you.
Senators and members of the House. I mean, members of the House and the Senate.
Okay, well, you say yours fell. I mean, well, what do you get with it? Do you get pediatric care? See, that's the next question. If it fell, now the next question is, list what you get covered, and we can go Google it right now and see if that's true. Just flat out, because look, a lot of people's shit covered just by the fact that they kicked off. Other people's shit got cheaper just by the fact that they got kicked off. Others, it got cheaper just by the fact that they got a new insurance that doesn't cover any of the shit they need anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Sure. I'm not saying you can't buy insurance that don't cover shit. A lot of people do that. You already had that anyway in the first place, but now you got more of that and even more of that. It's like, what the fuck?
To have protections under the Constitution that allows them speech or debate protections.
I mean, I'm going to stop this because, look, people, let me put this in there. If you haven't seen it, you can view the whole thing at the Midas Touch network right here. Let me see here. Boom. There it is in the chat now. The reason why I'm saying that is because, look, the Republicans invited Jack Smith. Republicans ain't really interested in it anymore. It was just a distraction. You could see the Republicans in the chat. They don't even want to hear nothing about Jack Smith. So they weren't interested. So this was just a waste of time. And plus, on top of it, Jack Smith can't do nothing about it. They blocked him from doing anything about it. He's not even on the case anymore. It doesn't even matter, right? So the reality of it is that they wasted everybody's time by inviting him in. The only people that got something out of this really is Democrats. Really, that's the only people that got something out of this. You know, the only people. You know, they didn't establish that this man did one thing wrong in this whole thing. He didn't commit one criminal act, nothing from it. So there it is. So what you got as a Republican is you got a man who was going to try Trump of crimes. He got the permission from grand jury. You know, he had everyone say, "Yep, you put a good case together. Let's move forward." And then it was stopped for political reasons. And that's it. It's over now. You see what I mean? It will not happen again unless a new administration gets into power. It is over. So if any crime was committed, if there's anything true about what Jack Smith said about any crime, it has been stopped by this administration. So there you have it. You won. That sounds like a loss if you ask me, but there you have it. You won. You won that one. So, you know, there you have it. You know, you don't have to listen to Jack Smith, anything he says, right? Because it's not worth anything if you're a Trump supporter. You know, if you're that biased, it's not worth anything, you know. So, look, let's flip the script. Something a little more exciting, right? Just to flip it, because I'm in the EU. I'm out of the EU, even though most of my listeners, probably 60% of my listeners are from the US, right? There was something that happened in Europe just over the night. And it was a serious event that happened in Germany. And it's regarding a bank robbery. I don't know. I believe they started covering it a little bit in the US, but yeah, there was a huge bank robbery that occurred, and it happened out of Germany. There was some comments about whether it had, whether there was, what was it, cameras in the bank running at the time. But I have a strong suspicion that this is what they call a hybrid attack. Like, I don't get it. Maybe if I'm wrong, maybe I may not be right. I don't know. That's why I say suspicion and that I don't know, right? But to me, it sounds more like a hybrid attack because, yeah, Russians tend to do this when they don't get their way. And if you know, Zelensky lately has been, you know, at the White House. The CIA has just officially said that they don't believe that the Ukrainians didn't attack Putin's home. So nothing's going right for Putin right now. Even though he has Trump in his corner arguing for him, it's still not working out right at all. You see what I mean? So usually when things don't work out well for Putin, shit like this starts happening. And I'm just saying, you tell me what you think. There was another event, I believe, that happened in Denmark, around the same time, just in the last 48 hours, a place got robbed. Now, there's not a lot of reporting about it. I've been trying to find it, but I was discussing it last night with another Danish person, right, over here in Denmark. So just to let you know, but let's review this one and see what it says.
Tonight, German police searching for suspects after an elaborate bank heist. This photo of the vault showing the aftermath, layers of thick concrete missing from the wall, along with prized possessions of the customers who...
Oh, wait a second. Was quite a war scene at NYE in Germany as well. Oh, really? 200 arrested? I'm gonna dig that up right now. I appreciate that. Let me know what happened with that.
Nowhere else could be safer. Anger outside the bank as they shouted, "Let us in," locked out of their safe deposit boxes at Sparkasse Bank. The thieves, using the quiet holiday period to break in, made off with at least $11 million worth of money and valuables, according to police. This man's had a safe deposit box here for 25 years. Inside his box, his retirement savings. The bank saying that the vast majority of the 3,200 boxes were broken into. Police say witnesses reported seeing several men on Saturday night carrying large bags in the stairwell of an adjacent parking garage. A fire alarm was triggered, but when police arrived at the scene, they found no evidence of damage. The break-in only discovered Monday morning. I have a lot of money in jewelry.
What? Hold on. What was that? Let me just take that back. Let me take that back. I'm sorry. That's weird. I heard something different.
Police searching for suspects after an elaborate bank heist. This photo of the vault showing the aftermath. Layers of thick concrete missing from the wall, along with prized possessions of the customers who believed nowhere else could be safer. Anger outside the bank as they shouted, "Let us in," locked out of their safe deposit boxes at Sparkasse Bank. The thieves, using the quiet holiday period to break in, made off with at least $11 million worth of money and valuables, according to police. This man's had a safe deposit box here for 25 years. Inside his box, his retirement savings. The bank saying that the vast majority of the 3,200 boxes were broken into. Police say witnesses reported seeing several men on Saturday night carrying large bags in the stairwell of an adjacent parking garage. A fire alarm was triggered, but when police arrived at the scene, they found no evidence of damage. The break-in only discovered Monday morning.
What? Okay. That is weird. So when they came for the fire alarm, they didn't discover that the bank was broken into. Now, the bank, their alarm system was disabled, essentially. Because obviously you're not going to have a bank with no alarms, right? But that's what I heard reporting, that the alarm system was disabled. I actually heard a few people saying it in the media, that were in front of this bank through other coverage, and it's just the biggest heist for this time. Now, you let me know. Somebody said something about this. Some folks were arrested. Let me see here. Also in Germany. Well, related to fireworks and these kind of thing, right? Let me see here. Does it say? Let me see. It said something about in Berlin also. There were widespread arrests across Germany during the New Year's Eve. Yeah, wow. Okay. And then let me see. Arrest in Berlin. Police reported approximately 400 arrests by early morning. Casualties, at least 2 18-year-old men died. Damn. Died? In the western city of Bielefeld due to improper handling of pyrotechnics. Injuries. At least 24 police officers were injured in Berlin after being targeted with firecrackers and rockets. A hospital in Berlin, Marzen, reported treating 25 patients for severe blast injuries, including several children with hand amputations. Other cities, Leipzig, a dozen of individuals attacked police with fireworks and bottles. Garbage bins were set on fire to create barricades. Frankfurt and Hamburg, similar reports of emergency responders being targeted with pyro attacks. Erfurt, a rocket likely caused a fire that gutted a historic building and spread. 200 arrests. Okay, that is wild. You know something? In Denmark last night, they also had a wild event in a town called Odense. It's a town that I used to also live in briefly, right? When I first came, you could say that. When I first came to Denmark, I actually lived in a small town there, or visited a small town too, right? And this town, it's the third largest town in Denmark, right? Something like that. You got Aarhus, right? You have Copenhagen is the biggest, then it's Aarhus, and then it's reportedly a town called Odense. And in that town, there's a place called Vosmose, right? And Vosmose, I don't know if you want to call it. Sometimes they call it a ghetto. I don't know if that's where they, had made housing for a lot of foreigners. You could say that, right? I'm not really sure the politics behind that, so don't quote me on what that's about, right? Or if it's just that a lot of foreigners move there because it's cheaper. I don't know. I think it might be a mixture of both. But in any case, there were these kind of attacks against the police also. And it made the Danish news. I didn't see it. I don't think it made the international news like this one with this bank event. But my thoughts on it, I had a conversation about it last night, And my thoughts on it is that, listen, people don't feed into, especially kids, young kids with these firecrackers or anything that's behaving, don't feed into like the things that are that might bolster the right wing. You see what I mean? Because the right wing, it typically is always focused on groups like this, right? And people with immigrant backgrounds, certain immigrant background or non-Western backgrounds, you could say, right? And it actually, they can use this for political, to gain some political leverage, or have some way of focusing the politics back on this group. Now, the other thing that happened yesterday, though, that was positive, is the Danish king gave a wonderful speech. And I didn't play it because it was only available at that time on cable news. So if you local here in Denmark, you can watch the news on the cable news, and it was broadcasted on a channel called TV2, right? Now, the Danish king gave a wonderful speech, and if I can find it, I'm going to play a little bit of it. But his speech is probably, I think everybody involved in the world, in the U.S. and in all NATO nations, should probably go and check in on that speech, because he made a speech that was about unity. He said in his comments, he was like, no matter if you came to Denmark and you're a student, no matter if you here and you have immigrant background, no matter if you're a Dane born here or whatever your situation is, he was like, all for one and one for all. Like, we're all in this together. Like the Danish king, and he was talking about the threats to Denmark. He made some comments about the threats to Denmark, several different types of threats. And his speech, if you ask me, reflected those threats that are there. Some of them could be outside, it could be like this political wave that wants to do MAGA, Donald Trump type of politics, and, only focus on, minorities and not focus on, the larger threats, right, to the society, And but yeah, this was, let me see something here. Let me just okay, Rafiq. Yeah, I came on at a different time today, Rafiq. I came on in the afternoon. I couldn't do the morning time because of New Year's. Yeah, and so I appreciate that. But you know what? For those of you that's in the Nordic lands, if you're from Finland, or if you're from Norway, you're from Sweden, if you're from Poland, or if you're from the Baltic Isles, right, the Baltic Sea area, you might want to tune in to the Danish king's speech. It was done in Danish, so you might not understand it, but I think by today or tomorrow they will have some translated versions out on the internet, but you should probably check in on it, because it was probably, I think, a very important speech in the EU, setting a tone for 2026 politically, and if historically, Denmark and the crown, the Danish crown, has a lot of influence across Europe. You see what I mean? For those of you that don't know. But anyway, I would say big up to the king of Denmark, because, to set a tone that he set, I as an immigrant myself, because I'm an immigrant to Denmark, I really felt like, yeah, man, this king gets it. You know what I mean? Like this guy, he understands that, man, a lot of us are very pro-Denmark immigrants, and a lot of us do get the specialness of the Danish society, and are actually happy to be here, And who's right? Let me see something. The chat seemed like, you guys, Rafiq, adjust your notifications to personal. Yeah, do that, Rafiq. Thanks for that, Eric. He usually on 1 to 3 a.m. Yeah, Eastern Standard Time or U.S. time, right? That depends on the that's 1. That could be like 12 midnight Eastern Standard Time, and Pacific Time like 3, something like that, or opposite. It could be 3 Eastern Standard Time and 1 or 12 Pacific Time USA if you're in the U.S. Somebody said with Canadian Voices said, where's the proof? I don't know what you mean, Canadian Voices. Where's the proof about what? You forgot your subject. Let me see here. You can also go to V's channel and other other lives that he has upcoming ones. Yeah, you could do that and do the notifications. Let me see here. The Danish crown has influence, not that much here in Switzerland. Well, I don't mean it. I didn't mean today, by the way. I meant, historically, the Danish crown has had a lot of influence, if you're following the royal families, that is, I'm not talking, they don't have a lot of influence in Denmark either, because Denmark has a parliament that operates separate from the king anyway. But as far as setting a tone, they still do come out at the top of the year, the king or the queen, and they make a speech. And the speech, a lot of Danes culturally, listen to this, and they're used to doing that as part of their culture. So different European countries might have different kings or queens, and so they might still have a cultural connection to that. So they pay attention to that. So they do have that ability. Now, I'm not saying they have any effect in what's going on in Switzerland, you know what I'm saying? That's a different topic, obviously. And, but if you're interested in what's going on in the Baltic states, the king made a reference to that. And that's what I'm talking about. So, I don't know where, I do know people that live in Switzerland. So I know Switzerland is totally not with Trump. You see what I mean? But in terms of security, I don't know how much they're involved in security in, the Baltic states, probably not as much as others that are in the Baltic region. But if you're in the Baltic region, you might want to pay attention and hear that speech by the Danish king, because he talked a lot about security and threats to Denmark. And there's numerous different threats that he mentioned. So on that note, that's what I was talking about. Now, let me see here. And listen, me, I'm a Democrat. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. But I moved to Denmark when I was 30 years old, right? So I've been here for a minute, and back and forth also for a minute to the U.S., to Denmark. And, I don't have a typical, view of things, because I'm an expatriate, meaning I'm an American citizen, but I live abroad. So if you're thinking that what I'm saying is like typical, it's not, because I'm just not typical in that way, right? But I can give you my reflections, right? And if you up to hear some different perspective, you might want to, tune in for that. That might be a good thing. But I'm not really typical, but that doesn't mean I don't understand. I'm not also very American too. I'm very, very American, and I love being American. I don't mind being American. There's not a problem with me being American, living in Denmark. I've never felt like that was a problem. And I've never felt like that was an issue in Europe, traveling across Europe. I've never had one issue with being an American. I've never been given any trouble by being American by any person, by any European in any European country, period. You see? So, yeah. Now, but on that note, there's something that we have in Denmark called universal health care, and something else we have called universal education. And as an American citizen, I try to communicate about, the type of politicians we support in the conversation about education, healthcare in the U.S., to give some perspective on that, because you hear a lot of misnomers being spread by maybe different parties or by different news outlets, or even the lack of coverage about the Danish healthcare system or the education system here, how it's operating. And I really do think Americans might want to tune into this, because I found it as an American when I moved here. I was like, wow, I wish we had some of this back in the U.S. Why won't we have it? Because it would resolve a lot of problems. Like the idea that if you want to go to technical school, like, why is that a big deal if you pass the entry exam? Why is that a big deal in the United States of America? Why do people have to scramble and look for money for education in the richest country on earth? It doesn't make sense. And in Denmark, nobody's scratching for money to take an education, any type of education. No one is. It is not an excuse at all. You know what is an excuse in Denmark and in a lot of countries in Europe? You know what is an excuse from you getting the education? You not wanting one. That's an excuse. But that's not the excuse in the United States of America. Not wanting one is not the excuse in the U.S. What you hear Americans saying, and it being documented, is that it's hard to pay the student fees. It always costs money to enter into a technical school, or somehow the finances, all of that shit got to be worked out. It's so complicated. You don't know if you can just afford it to do that, take the loan and have a part-time job and do the school. You know, it's stretching people thin. That's not what's going on in the EU. That's not what's going on, particularly here in Denmark. You see what I mean? And so I just thought that it would be worth Americans being able to hear an American born and raised in the United States of America, whose family goes back on both sides to the colonial period, to be able to talk about that and qualify. Does that work in other countries? And I'm telling you, it works. I'm telling you, it's normal. I'm telling you that. So that's why I do my podcast, to kind of bridge the gap. You see what I mean? And that's what the healthcare works that way. So if there's any point where somebody comes up with lies about why that can't happen in the United States, I'm here to dispel some of those lies. You know, I can easily do it because I know about it. You see what I mean? And the things that I can't recall right offhand, I can just look them right up on using Gemini, right? Or using ChatGPT. I think I'm switching over to Gemini soon, y'all. I'm liking it. I just started using it. I was using ChatGPT before. You know, I mean, they use similar sources. You know, they scour Google and all that and the net for the sources or whatever official sources. But, you know, people like to tell you lies. And what I'm saying is that you need to compare things factually to be able to know what fits you best and what it works best for you. Right. And, you know, if you don't have something to compare it to, you don't know. You lose part of the perspective. You see what I'm saying? You know, and in the United States of America, the common story is that it's impossible. It just can't be that way. Then they tell you if education is accessible by everybody, regardless of money, then they say, oh, but now that's socialism. But no, because guess what? None of these EU countries are socialist countries. You know, that's another lie. They're capitalistic countries that have socialistic projects, some of them in the public sector, when it's something that they agree everyone definitely needs. It's in the public's best interest. So they've decided that education is in the public's best interest. Everyone having access to education is in the public's best interest. Everyone having access to healthcare is in the public's best interest. That it shouldn't be an individual thing. You see what I mean? Now, they sell you all the shit you want to buy any day of the week. And if you don't like this product that costs $20 from the supermarket and you want to buy one that costs $100, hey, go ahead and buy it. That's on you. You see what I mean? They got all the capitalism you want in this place. It's just not going to be capitalism running crazy in the healthcare sector. It's just not going to be capitalism running crazy in the education sector. And so just because it's not going to run crazy, people in the United States of America try to sell you this idea that it's socialist, to spook you from it. No, it's just not extremely exploitive form of capitalism. That's the difference. You see what I mean? So, you know, on that note, let's look into something else. Now they said, was that good? I hope that was a good enough explanation for folks that's tuning in. And I appreciate anybody that's a new subscriber or a new listener. You know, it's obviously you can see it's not that many people in the chat today, but that's okay because, you know, it ain't about that. It's about the substance and the conversation, you know, and that will change from day to day. And it's also New Year's, man. People are resting and stuff. But I did have the time today. Tomorrow I won't. So I decided let me do a couple of streams so I can come in the afternoon over here EU time. And then I can come in tomorrow early. That would be the late night for the folks, the regular listeners in the USA. So let me see here. This is another story that's coming out of the U.S. And I don't know how people feel about this, but this is a big story. Now, I hate this. I hate what the Trump administration is doing, picking on certain ethnicities, you know, and they try to say that the Democrats play the race card. That's what they often try to say. You often hear them saying that, and I get a lot of that too, just because of my skin color and things like that, and my ethnicity. Trolls might come in the chat. Hey, you always playing the race card. There goes the race card again. They try to stop you from having real conversations by saying that, right? But this is a story. This is where I would say the Trump administration plays the race card, because they target people because of their ethnicity. They target people because of things like their ethnicity, their color, their ethnic background, their sexuality, their gender. They literally target these kind of people. You see, so now they've targeted African Americans again. When these kind of things should be better discussed and dealt with in Congress, if you ask me, in a place where the people have a place to chime in and make some decisions about their country and their finances and what they're going to have. But the Trump administration likes to use executive orders to target people. And in this case, he has targeted African Americans. So let's take a listen.
Black American soldiers have participated in every war in American history since the Revolution. And since the Revolution, they saw their roles, their responsibilities diminished. And so by World War II, you had a concerted effort to keep them out of positions that mattered, and with few exceptions. And so the Army mirrored the Southern United States. The Southern United States had codified in the laws called Jim Crow, segregation, and the Army mirrored that.
That's William, the mystery man for me.
Everybody in the South is angry about the situation now, that they put the pedals away because they're humans as well.
Okay, this is interesting here, because this is a son. Look at this. This is the son. I don't even believe this is an American, but this is the son of a Black American here that lives in Europe here. Let's play it again.
They put the pedals away because
Carl Linson.
They're humans.
Or Carl, let me see. What is his name again? Sorry about that. Sorry I'm stopping it so much, but I want to see. They just showed his name.
That they put the pedals away because
Cor Linson, son of a Black American soldier. Okay, so here we go.
Is angry about the situation now, that they put the pedals away because they're humans as well. They came in the houses, they slept with the white girls, and they came home, and they have to sit in the back of the bus again.
Right. So he's saying they remember, a lot of Europeans remember African Americans, Black Americans, whichever term you want to use, in World War II. In Europe, a lot of them remember this. And to be honest with you, it's one of the reasons why a lot of African Americans come to Europe, right, and are not received negatively. You see what I mean? Are received fairly and openly, because a lot of people here, the people that are maybe from the generation above mine, and I've met plenty of them. They can remember this time period right after World War II or during World War II. A lot of them can remember, and if not, their grandparents talked about it. You see what I mean? So, and it's also documented and talked about a lot. It's acknowledged. You see, it's acknowledged in European history, African Americans, soldiers, actually, in case a lot of Americans don't know this. So when they see the Trump administration doing these things, they don't actually understand it. They don't understand it, but let's see here. Let me just play a little bit more of that. I'm going to dig up something more on that too. I just want to play this back a little bit. Let's go.
Black American soldiers have participated in every war in American history since the Revolution. And since the Revolution, they saw their roles, their responsibilities diminished. And so by World War II, you had a concerted effort to keep them out of positions that mattered, and with few exceptions. And so that the Army mirrored the Southern United States. The Southern United States had codified in the laws called Jim Crow segregation, and the Army mirrored that.
That's William, the mystery man for me.
Everybody in the South is angry about the situation now. That they put the pedals away because they're humans as well. They came in the houses, they slept with the white girls, and they came home, and they have to sit in the back of the bus again.
The people in Limburg area and the Netherlands, they didn't expect it at all. They know about what is happening in the States with their putting people out of the history and out of the websites in Arlington and in the Ministry of Defense, etc. But never we thought that that could be also happening here in the Netherlands, and that's why everybody is very disappointed.
Right. So you see, this is going on now because of these calls, like J.D. Vance. I don't know if you want to say that it's like his spin on Europe being in danger, Yeah, but you have right-wing parties that latch themselves onto the Trump movement and J.D. Vance, and you could see that in this case, it may have had some effect. Now, what they're saying here is that this happened in the Netherlands, right? And of course, Trump has recently tried to do similar things, right? So it says the Netherlands American Cemetery, right? Margraten, which holds the graves of over 8,300 U.S. soldiers, quietly removed 2 educational panels in its visitor center, right? The panel, one display told the story of George H. Pruitt, a black soldier who died saving a comrade. The other detailed the racial segregation within the U.S. military during World War II. Right? I don't know why someone would be offended or scared of that history, but you often hear right-wing groups use freedom of speech as a way to control speech. Like, in other words, what they do, they call it freedom, but what they say is, yeah, hate speech also falls under freedom of speech. So if they want to say derogatory things about you, then they go hide and run under the freedom of speech thing. But when they want to erase speech, which this is also under, so, this is speech. When look, it says the other soldier detailed a racial segregation within the U.S., right? So they're talking about the display told on the story, right? The little storyboard things, right? They don't want that kind of speech, the right-wing people. So they attack. What they do is they try to control what freedom of speech is and use it and weaponize it against people under the banner of freedom of speech. So for some people in the Netherlands, right? This was the Netherlands. Yeah. And I know a lot of folks in the Netherlands too, by the way. I didn't know that this happened, by the way, but this was, they will use this stuff. And also in Denmark, certain groups, they've done the similar thing with trying to say hate speech is freedom of speech. So they lean heavy on allowing it. Sometimes they restrict it to some degree, but they lean heavy on allowing it because it is a balance you have to keep. But then at the same time, I haven't seen people in Denmark remove stuff like this, but I've seen people not be maybe as pro as certain histories that are very real about the Danish, Denmark being upheld. Like, I'll give you an example. There's a famous soldier who fought for the Danish Marines against England. This is in the colonial period when England actually came to Denmark and came down into Copenhagen, into the waters, and they were about to invade. They was at war with Denmark. They was actually invading this place. And there's a famous Marine by the name of Hans Jonathan, right? And Hans Jonathan, right, he was formerly a slave, right? And he comes from the Caribbean, right? But he was brought to Denmark by a famous like baron type named Schimmelmann, who owned a farm, owned a plantation in the U.S. Virgin Islands today, right, in Trinidad. And or the Virgin Islands, I'm sorry, not Trinidad, the Virgin Islands. Now, he brought this guy here to Denmark, Hans Jonathan, right? And Hans Jonathan made a deal to get his freedom. He was offered his freedom to fight in the Danish military when England got down here, into Copenhagen. You know, they were about to take Copenhagen. So he fought, and they won that. They won that shit. Now, after this, he went to litigate it to get his freedom. And the owner said, no, we're not going to do that. So it's actually, I believe, his owner, Schimmelmann family, that said, we'll give you your freedom if you fight. And they reneged on that. So it's a famous Danish court case. He went to the courts to litigate this. And so this is firmly Danish history. It's not somebody else's history. It's Danish history. It was in a Danish court. The man lived here. He was a slave of a famous Danish baron. Now, so that's firmly Danish history. Well, you won't see a statue of this man, right? You won't see often, there are some stories about it. I'm not saying people are trying to hide that. But what I'm saying is that I said all of that to say that there was also another history, Queen Mary, right? The first labor revolt, the first union, labor revolt for wages was waged by another ex-slave, you could say. It was called Queen Mary, right? And also has relation to Denmark in the same light, right? Now, there was a chance for people to get behind a statue to support the Queen Mary statue in Copenhagen. And a lot of politicians argued against it or didn't support it. Not really argued against it, but they didn't get all the support. So the statue went up, a temporary statue went up, but they didn't get enough funding to make it permanent. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes to like freedom of speech, these kind of things come into play. So first of all, there are, all of European countries have African descent as part of their history. All of them have it, right? So the question is, to what extent do you preserve it? You see what I mean? And I think this one, it touches with the right wing in the U.S. They want to maybe not support it because in their eyes, they don't see, some people, just some people, not all, some people don't see how this is part of not just the story of their country, which is very important, right, to document, but also the history of mankind. Like, people will get it twisted. People will think the history was different from what it actually was without these stories. When these stories actually, if you ask me, they give some specific detail that give people insight into the rest of the histories to be able to understand the rest of the history clearly. They qualify the rest of the history. Now, here it says the panels, right, were removed, right? The other detailed racial segregation within the U.S. military, World War II. So they removed some of the things. I don't know who's behind that. Maybe Donald Trump doesn't want people to know that that there were segregated armies. But the fact is that those armies were segregated. Yeah. And so what? There's a good and there's a bad part of that. The bad part is, despite the segregation, when you look at their success records, they have extremely high success rate records in their engagement with the Nazis. So people should know that. People should know that, right? Now, the reason it says here, the reason for the investigative reports via FOII request revealed that the American Battle Monuments Commission, ABMC, removed the panels to comply with the recent executive orders targeting diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what we seeing that just happened in Netherlands is the government bowing down to that bullshit. Like, seriously, it's the government that was like, oops, we better do something to, not be in trouble with Donald Trump. I forget how they can exert some things, but basically maybe the U.S. government was partially funding something connected to it, or there's something there, right? But they went out to exert pressure on the EU. And this is one of the cases where it had some success that we just saw there, right? Just so people know. And I didn't know this even happened. I'm just looking it up now, right? But let me see here. Let's get to let's see, what else does it say? Now, 2, digital removal of Arlington National Cemetery, right? So this is in line. This is the same thing. This is just back in the U.S. Hold on, wait a second. Backlash. Okay, let me do the backlash part of in the Netherlands. Local Dutch residents who have a tradition of adopting and caring for these graves have protested the move. Dutch officials called the removal improper and unacceptable. So, okay, so this is where some private stuff, maybe private funding and things like that, connect with something else, because the Dutch government says it's improper. And so there you have it. So this is good that I actually read the rest of that, because it shows you that, listen, they know these histories and they're respecting these histories. You see, and American citizens need to know this. Also, African Americans need to know this, that this is what's going on, and that there are Dutch people, despite their color, that actually appreciate your contributions and honor it by preserving this stuff, by even making sure that that part about it being segregated is told. You see what I'm saying? And I mean, are you guys proud? Let me just say that if you're an American citizen, are you proud of the Dutch, that actually the Dutch government and the others that preserved this history? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you're proud of that. You know, if you think that that this is a wonderful thing that they're doing, you know, and it actually shows you that we have bonds together, let it be known. Put a 1 in the chat if you appreciate it, you know. Let me see here. Rafiq said a black soldier, because back then it wasn't many. No, there weren't many, but he did a lot. He definitely did a lot, yo. He did a lot, Hans Jonathan, you know. And by the way, he left after that. He escaped, because he's like, I ain't going back into slavery. And he escaped Denmark. And then he went, guess where his family's at? Guess where he escaped to? I'm not sure if he went back to the West Indies first, but his family today, his descendants are found in Iceland. So go look it up. Hans Jonathan's descendants are in Iceland today. You say, and I was told the story I found out by Hans Jonathan from a good guy that is part of Enhedslisten here. I don't know if you know who Enhedslisten is, but they're a political party in Denmark, very left leaning, and he was a mayor, actually. He was a co-mayor of Copenhagen, who told me that story of Hans Jonathan, right? A really good guy, you know, and yeah. So I'm actually very thankful to all Europeans that remember our contributions. I'm very thankful for that. And Netherlands is one of those places, you know, and they have their own story about the histories too that goes on, and also some issues about discrimination and things like that. But the Netherlands is very strong in that conversation. Like, there's been a lot of work and a lot of a huge Suriname, which I don't know how many of you know the Caribbean nation or the South American nation Suriname. The Dutch had, you know, colonial ties to that. So there's a lot of people of Ghanaian descent that were taken from Ghana, brought to Suriname, and a lot of their ancestors today live in Dutchland and live in the Netherlands right today, because obviously because of those ties, they're allowed to live there, go to school there. Many of them live there. So the Netherlands has a big black African descent population, and it's mixed. Some of it is African Americans that stayed after World War II. Some of it is Suriname descent, people coming from Ghana that were brought to Suriname in the colonial periods, and then because of the Dutch, now some of their descendants live in Netherlands, you know. But it's just good. It makes me feel good that people care. You know what I mean? Because listen, it goes back to this thing where we're all in this together. And if we approach the future with all this division, man, somebody's coming to destroy our democracies. Somebody's coming to destroy our contributions. You see, that's the problem. So these kind of acts kind of bring us all together and acknowledging each other, no matter what the background is, because the backgrounds can be broad, and there are many, it kind of makes us safer, because we do have different backgrounds and we do have different histories. But when we are only explaining them as foreign, scary, spooky, that gives people that hate these societies an opportunity to destroy these societies, So, yeah. But going back to this thing now, it says 3. Now, to the Arlington National Cemetery, right? This is part of the Trump administration. Similar reports surfaced earlier 2025 regarding Arlington Cemetery. The cemetery's website was updated to remove specific categories for African American history, Hispanic American history, and women's history. Profiles of notable figures like Jackie Robinson and Colin Powell were reportedly temporarily removed as part of the digital content refresh to align with the anti-DEI directives, which is not even congressional. It's not even congressional. This is the temporary Trump thing, and these people don't even want to make it permanent, because if they did, they would take the shit to Congress and pass a law, but they don't have their shit together to do that. Now, ongoing fight for the Moses Macedonia Cemetery. In a separate long-running domestic issue, activists from Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition have been fighting developers to stop the construction of a self-storage facility of what they claim is a historic Moses Macedonian African cemetery in Maryland. While this is a local deployment issue, activists have frequently called on the federal government for protection, which they argue has been lacking. Okay, so there's some recent stories on this. Let me just drop the links in here before we move on. And I'm going to drop some links to that in the chat for people that are interested in following up on some of those stories there. Boom. Let me see here. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I didn't hear about the Moses Macedonian, and it has an interesting name. But when I'm on my history thing, or when I'm on my African American history stuff, I do kind of tend to go in deep and focus on that. But, for me, it's like, it's not a big deal topic for me, because I've been doing that my whole life. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I've never been discouraged to not know African American history. So it's been a part of my educational upbringing in DC, in middle school, and so that in high school. You see what I'm saying? So it, to me, it's like, it's just something normal. A lot of people follow up, and it's not that it's only African American. I mean, but I mean, American history, global history is something I'm very much interested in. The history of all people, different people. So I don't see these things as disconnectors. I see these things as connectors. So I'm always excited to learn more about the connectors of all people, So, knowing different people's history helps to do that, so you can have a conversation with somebody else from a different background and feel comfortable, have a rewarding conversation, instead of it being like something that has to be antagonizing or distancing, So let me see here. Oh, somebody said, I don't think we're African American, but something, I would say, Dan, that's the incorrect way of thinking about it. I think you should define yourself. You shouldn't worry about someone else defining themselves. You should worry about the fact that you have the right to define yourself, but you don't have the right to define others, right? So whatever term you like is the term you use. You don't have to worry about the term someone else likes, because someone else might have a reason for that that's just as valid as yours. You see what I mean? So that's why I say, I don't care if you say Black American, African American. I don't really care. The point is deeper than that. You see what I'm saying? And don't let one word confuse you from the point. That wouldn't be wise in communication, So, anyway, yeah, some of y'all in the chat are wild. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, but Dan, but in any case, there you go. Now let me see something here. I put some of those links in the chat. So let's move on from here. We had that robbery. We had this this cemetery thing that's happening now because of Trump. That's the only story I heard in Europe where anybody followed up on Trump, what Trump wanted with this anti-DEI thing. I'd be interested to know more to find out why it is. But in any case, I heard some shocking things about Epstein, and I'm sure some more things are coming through. But let me go back. Oh, no. Here's one more thing. Zoran Mamdani. This is important because he has opened up a lane, I believe, in U.S. politics. And he's shown people that, becoming an elected official might look a little different than what people are accustomed to or what people see happen most of the time. Right. And, I like the idea that he's willing to look in the government supporting certain aspects of society that are greatly needed, and how the Americans do that might look different from how Europeans do it. But, I think they all are tapping into the same thing when we talk about what role the public sector can play in everyday lives. You see what I mean? And at least Mamdani has talked about that. He's brought that into play with certain aspects of New York life. So he was just sworn in. He's now the mayor officially of New York City. It's the first time that there's been a Muslim, quote unquote, I don't really think when somebody says Muslim to me, nothing comes in my brain. Nothing. It just somebody say they're Christian. Nothing comes in my brain. Nothing. Because I judge people on what they do. I don't judge them on what their religion is. I just don't. So, it almost means nothing to me. But the media made it a big idea, a big deal about him being Muslim. I mean, I don't know. We have all kinds of. We got Christian mayors, Jewish mayors, other. What is the point? But the media really dug in on him being the first Muslim, so I may as well say that Mamdani's he's the first Muslim. Okay, but I think what they really mean is they're really scared of now is he might be the first democratic socialist, or I think social democrat. I prefer to say social democrat. Right? I think they're scared about that fringe of the Democratic Party maybe taking a foothold in New York City, you know what I'm saying, and having it expand. They definitely got taught a lesson because he got some major Democratic figures to come in and back him up, endorse him. Maybe not fast enough for some people, but he got the head nod from them. He got the head nod from Hakeem Jeffries, right? He got the head nod from Letitia James, right? Another New Yorker who's got a long career, right, as a prosecutor. So he's done a lot. I mean, he got the voters. He got voters of different backgrounds. So let's just take a look and see what this looks like for New York City and Americans when you have I'll say it again, social democrat, winning an election who wants to do some social policies, right? Let's see what it looks like.
Please repeat after me. Raise your right hand. I, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of New York. And the Charter of the City of New York. And that I will faithfully discharge. The duties of. The office of. The Mayor of the City of New York. According to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Wow. You know what? Let me see if I can make that image bigger. I didn't actually I don't know what's up with Dan, but as I told you, what comes in my mind, I don't even think about his religion. To me, I don't care what his religion is. I'm not voting for people because of their religion. And in the United States, we have Christian terrorists too. Maybe we might have some Jewish terrorists too. I don't know. But we got a lot of different types. We got a lot of different types. So for me, it's just about what he's going to do for, not in his religion, but what he's going to do as a mayor of the city. You know what I mean? Like, and I just think I had to black him out, Dan, because he said like 9/11 Muslims. It's like, come on, man, this is so tiring. Like, don't you know that there's more terrorists than just Muslims? Don't you know that? And you got to take them all serious. You know what I mean? Like, really, you got to take them all serious. I'm talking about terrorists, and it's just wrong to constantly say that Muslims are attached to terror when, especially in the United States, we know that Christians are attached to terror too. And we know just terror has nothing to do with your religion. I mean, terror doesn't. There's terrorists, all kinds of different kinds of terrorists. So, but as far as the United States is concerned, we have had terrorists that are not Muslims also. So we have domestic terrorists. You see what I mean? So, so I think this whole thing about whether he's a Muslim, I think it's boring. I think it's pretty boring, and it's not fair. It's not fair. It doesn't do us any good because then you stigmatize people and you make people feel a certain way, and then when they act a certain way, then you say, "Aha, I told you so." It's like, come on, it's lame. It's lame. But let's see this part again. That was Letitia James swearing him in.
And the Charter of the City of New York. And that I will faithfully discharge. And that I will faithfully discharge. The duties of. The duties of. The office of. The office of. The Mayor of the City of New York. The Mayor of the City of New York. According to the best of my ability. According to the best of my ability. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
New York has a new mayor. At the stroke of midnight, moments after the ball drop, 34-year-old Zohran Mamdani became the city's first Muslim and South Asian mayor.
Traditional keyword research is so outdated.
Muslim, they say Muslim South Asian mayor. Okay. That's interesting. But I think it's and it is cool. It is interesting because that doesn't happen all the time. But it's also this kind of thing where it's like, damn, is it like, I guess because there's people that will challenge a person because of their religion or their ethnicity. I guess because of that, it is a big deal and it's worth noting, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but it does kind of let me know that we got a lot of room to travel also. The fact that it's still, while that has to be like more than anecdotal, you know what I mean? Like why that has to be like the important part, I mean, I think the important part here is that the guy's talking about social projects in the public sector that aid people's everyday life. I think that's where the focus should be put. And I think, if people want to talk about other things later, I think that, is number, 4 and 5 concern, not even concern, but just like, oh, by the way, but in any case, congratulations to him. Let's see what they say about it.
Happy New Year to New Yorkers, both inside this tunnel and above. And I cannot wait to see everyone tomorrow as we begin our term. This is truly...
They probably hate his smile.
the honor and the privilege of a lifetime.
I mean, just having this guy smile, he's probably like, because let's just say you are totally scared of him and you really do think he's going to be a terrorist. I mean, this smile is not helping. You know what I'm saying? He's probably like, now you motherfuckers, finally now, ha 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 ha. But he's obviously not going to do anything like that. And if he does, it ain't going to work, man, because people are going to be totally out. People are going to react totally differently. That wouldn't be a good look. But I don't think he would. I looked into his background. He doesn't seem anything like that. He just seems like a person that wants to do a good job. That's what he seemed like to me. Like a person that wants to do good and doesn't. And that's it. Wants to be given a chance to do good. There it is.
And after just having taken my oath to become the mayor of the city of New York, I do so also here in the old City Hall subway station, a testament to the importance of public transit to the vitality, the health, and the legacy of our city.
That ceremony was held privately in an old subway.
Somebody said he was a rapper. Oh, really? Yeah. First rapper elected mayor, right? I'm happy with that.
Station beneath City Hall. But today, he'll be joined by two of his biggest allies in the Democratic Party, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders.
Okay, now it gets deeper.
Swearing-in ceremony. Mamdani is promising a pretty ambitious agenda: universal child care for children up
Don't vote for that, socialist.
to 5 years old, freezing rent prices for 2 million residents, and making buses free across the city, all of which carry...
Whoa. Let me hear that one more time. Universal child care, freezing rent prices, and free bus fares. Well, I've heard there's one EU country that does already have free bus fares. You know, public, it's all public. Denmark is not one of them. Matter of fact, let me look that up right now. That's my job. Let me look that up right now. Let's see here. Let me just ask Gemini. Gemini, how many European countries have free public transportation? Let me see what it says, just to make sure, I'm going to start using Gemini just for a little bit, just to see how that sounds. Let me see what they say. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Oh, wait a second. It's more than one. Let's go. Is it playing back?
As of January 1, 2026, there are 2 European countries that offer free public transportation nationwide, though they have different rules regarding who can use it. 1. Luxembourg, fully free for everyone. Luxembourg became the first country in the world to make all public transport, buses, trams, and trains, free on February 29, 2020. Who? Residents, cross-border commuters, and tourists. Scope: nationwide coverage. Exceptions: you still have to pay for first-class train travel or for international trips that cross the border into neighboring countries.
Okay, so now let me go to the next one. Which European countries have universal child care? Let me see what it says about that, because I just want to see how revolutionary are these things, right? And let's see here. Now we can just get those things quickly. And then have something to balance it out with, instead of having people always tell us it's impossible. We need to start saying, why don't you study the societies that do it and really do real studies? Don't just do these generalizations, right? Let's see here. Did it say it? Yeah, here it comes.
In Europe, universal child care typically refers to a legal entitlement where the state is required to provide a place in an early childhood education and care (ECEC) facility for every child, regardless of family income or employment status. As of January 1, 2026, European countries fall into 3 distinct categories based on how they guarantee these services. 1. The no-gap leaders, early universal access. These countries are the gold standard because they guarantee a childcare place almost immediately after paid parental leave ends, usually between 6 and 18 months of age. This prevents the childcare gap many parents face. Denmark, entitlement starts at 6 months. Finland, entitlement starts at 9 to 10 months. Sweden, entitlement starts at 12 months. Norway, entitlement starts at 12 months. Slovenia, entitlement starts at 11 months. Germany, entitlement starts at 12 months. Estonia, entitlement starts at 18 months. 2. Universal access from age 3. Many other European countries offer a universal guarantee, but it only kicks in when the child turns 3 years old. Before this age, parents often rely on private care or extended leave. France, school is compulsory from age 3, effectively guaranteeing a place. Belgium, guaranteed place from 2.5 or 3 years. Spain and Portugal, significant public subsidies and legal guarantees starting at age 3. Luxembourg, universal, preschool, education presoce, starts at age 3. Latvia, A unique case where universal entitlement starts at 1.5 years, bridging the gap earlier than its neighbors. 3. Progressive, phase-in systems. Some countries have recently passed laws to achieve universal status but are still scaling up their infrastructure to meet the demand. Portugal, currently expanding a program to make childcare entirely free for all children born after September 2021. Slovakia, a new legal entitlement was introduced in 2023 and is being phased in. As of the 2025-26 school year, it covers all children from age 3. Ireland, while not a legal entitlement to a full-time place, Ireland offers the ECE program, which provides 15 hours of free childcare per week for all children starting at age 2 years and 8 months. Comparison of top systems. Country. Universal start age. Typical cost. Denmark 6 months.
All right, so people get the gist, right? Denmark, they say it starts at 6 months. Is that what they just said? Yeah, I believe they say that. Hold on. Yeah, Denmark, it says it right here. Denmark starts at 6 months. That's where I'm at. Now, actually in Denmark, you get paid your full salary. It's something called barsel. And when you have a child, you have 1 year, if you're a family, whatever family you are. So let's say you're a single parent or you have a 2-parent household. The 2-parent household would split the year of paid salary to be at home with their child. And so you could split it 6 months, the mom, 6 months, the dad, or you could just give it all to the mom and the dad goes to work, or you could do it the opposite. You're free to decide that yourself. If you're a single parent, then you get 1 year free from work, full pay, right? So that first year, you're not dealing with childcare or anything like that. Typically, most Danish moms stay at home for a lot of time, and in some cases, people have 1 or 2 kids, maybe. Now what happens here is like, let's say you have the first year off because you have a child, right? And let's say you go back to work, or you stop working, you go on unemployment after that. You don't go, you see what I mean? So once you go on for a year, you get your full salary. Maybe after that, you're unemployed for a year, right? And some people might have another child by that time in another year. You see what I mean? Or who knows what the situation is? I mean, don't quote me, but who knows what the situation is? Maybe they work a little bit and then go back. It could be managed a lot of different ways. But the main thing is that in Denmark, 6 months, you get this child care. So there's really no gaps, for parenting here. There are some exceptions. Maybe for some, it might be a little bit more difficult than others, but that's what's going on here. Now, let's see. So it is possible that New York City could decide it wants to be a little bit different from the rest of the country. New York City is an earner state on federal dollars, meaning they earn more federal dollars than they spend, meaning the excess federal dollars that they earn goes to other states that are called taker states on the federal level that earn less federal dollars than they generate. So an example of that could be like Texas. Texas earns less dollars than it generates on the federal level. So that excess federal dollars from a state like New York would go to a place like Texas, right? So let's see here. Now, we did the free bus fare. We did the universal health care. Now, let me see rent control. I see most of the people chiming out now. I've been on here 3 hours, but let me just do the rent control real quick. How about rent control in the EU? Let's see here. Yeah, we may as well do that. I'm a believer in these kind of things. I don't think it harms the society. I think it strengthens it. I think it stabilizes life in a lot of different ways, and when government gets involved in certain things, right, to make sure that it's functioning well, to make sure that it's there for the people and not just an experiment or a theory or a private thing that can't really get to help everybody. It could, maybe you see what I mean? So let me see here. Now, this is what it says about rent control in the EU. Is it there?
As of January 1, 2026, rent control in the EU is undergoing a massive transformation. While the EU does not have a single, federal, rent law, the European Affordable Housing Act, set to be adopted this year, is creating a more unified framework to combat the housing crisis. Many countries are shifting from soft guidelines to hard caps and digital monitoring to ensure landlords comply with local price limits. 1. The Big Three Models of Rent Control, 2026, country. Rent control status. New for 2026. Germany. Strict Mietpreisbremse. In tight markets, new rents cannot exceed the local benchmark by more than 10%. Modernization increases are now more strictly capped. Spain. National Reference Index. Rents are no longer tied to inflation. A new national index sets maximum prices in stressed zones, limiting annual increases to approximately 2 to 3%. Ireland. Nationwide 2% cap. Starting March 1, 2026, the 2% annual increase cap will apply nationwide, replacing the old system of rent pressure zones. 2. Notable country updates. The Netherlands. New laws for 2026. The Dutch government has significantly expanded the regulated sector. The mid-sector cap. Homes with a point value up to a certain threshold, roughly €1,228 per month in 2026, are now price controlled. 2026 increase limits. Private sector landlords are limited to a 4.4% increase, while mid-range homes are capped at 6.1%. Housing benefit. The €900 rent limit for receiving housing allowance has been scrapped, allowing more middle-income earners to access support. France. Municipal power.
Wow.
France continues its Élan law pilot, but has granted more power to cities. Paris, Lille, Lyon, and Bordeaux now use reference rents. Landlords who exceed the max reference rent face fines of up to €5,000 for individuals and €15,000 for companies. Sweden. The negotiated model. Sweden remains unique. Rents are not set by the government but are collectively negotiated annually between the tenants association and landlords. In 2026, these negotiations have been particularly tense due to high maintenance costs, typically resulting in 4 to 5% increases. 3. The Airbnb factor. EU Regulation 2024-1028. A major, indirect, rent control measure takes effect on May 20, 2026. The EU will now mandate standardized registration and data sharing for short-term rentals. This is designed to force ghost hotels, unlicensed Airbnbs, back into the long-term rental market. Empower cities like Amsterdam and Barcelona to strictly enforce their 30-night or 15-night caps on holiday rentals. Provide tax authorities with real-time data to prevent informal rental income. 4. Summary of tenant protections. Beyond price, the EU is pushing for security of tenure. Ireland. All new tenancies from March 2026 will be 6-year tenancies of minimum duration, making it much harder for landlords to evict without a specific, proven reason. Spain. Homeowners associations now have the legal power to ban short-term rentals in their buildings with a 3/5 majority vote. Would you like me to look up the specific point system calculator for a city like Amsterdam or Berlin to see how
I wanted to see what it says about Denmark, since that's where I live, in Copenhagen. Maybe they say something and I don't even recognize it. But the rent has been going up in my building for the last 4 years, maybe something like that, incrementally. Yeah, you could say that. And maybe incrementally is not the right word, because at one time it went up like 500 krona. Another time it went up like maybe 1,000 krona. I don't know, but like $200 over the last 4 years. But this year it only went up like something like maybe $20. So I'm looking forward to seeing my new rent, whatever the bill is, for this month. But I'm going to take a look at it soon. It's maybe tomorrow. But this is what it says about Denmark, since Denmark is known to, well, people think that it's very socialistic, right? And in some ways it might be, but like I said, Denmark's a country. The economic engine is capitalistic. So that's one thing I always have a beef with when we leave it up to legacy media to describe things, or political parties in the U.S. to describe stuff, because they're not really telling people the whole truth. Europe uses a capitalistic engine for doing business, to make money, to sell products. But when it comes to certain things, that's where the public might intercede in, right? Or unions might intercede in to make sure that what's going on is fair, or actually what's called sustainable. And if you look at cities across the U.S., man, a lot of the rent hikes are just not goddamn sustainable. Like D.C., can you raise the rent anymore in Washington, D.C. and have it work? Or has it just reached just extreme number? Listen, when I came maybe 20 years ago, D.C., the rent was more comparable to Copenhagen 20 years ago. Now it's almost tripled the price of Copenhagen. And I live in a flat. My flat costs around like $2,000, a little over $2,000 a month, US dollars a month. Let me see here. Something, it's over 2,000, maybe 2,500 now a month, right? But listen, it's always been around 2,000. You see what I mean? It's been around 2,000 the whole time. And I've been here for 14, 15 years in the same flat. You see what I'm saying? So it's actually increased way more in the U.S. in the major cities than it has in the capital of Denmark. And I believe it's the same pattern across Europe, with these. So that'll give Americans another sense of, what's really going on, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, what's workable and what's not workable. This is also in reference to what Mamdani is thinking about. I'm not saying he wants to do this, but he's talking about rent freezes, right? But let's compare that with what's going on in the EU and countries that they say are more socialistic. So here's one last example. Is it there? Okay, here, let me try that again. Boom.
Denmark stands out in Europe for its comprehensive social welfare, but it has seen specific updates for 2026 regarding how both housing and childcare are managed. 1. Rent control in Denmark, 2026 status. Denmark uses a sophisticated, tiered rent control system. Whether your rent is controlled depends primarily on when your building was constructed. Pre-1992 buildings. Most apartments built before 1992 are strictly rent controlled. The rent is calculated based on operating costs, insurance, taxes, maintenance, plus a small return for the landlord. In Copenhagen, this typically keeps a 100 square meters apartment around 6,700 minus 7,500 Danish kroner per month. The 4% inflation cap. Following a law passed in 2022 to combat inflation, residential rent increases were capped at 4% annually for 2 years.
Double that.
As of 2026, many of these emergency caps have transitioned into a new permanent index designed to prevent sudden price spikes. The renovation loophole, Section 5 STK. 2. Landlords of older buildings can raise rent significantly if they perform substantial upgrades, e.g., new kitchens and bathrooms. However, the Blackstone Law, enacted in 2020, added a 5-year waiting period after a purchase before a landlord can use this rule to hike rents. 2. Universal childcare in Denmark. Denmark provides a guaranteed place, pasningsgaranti, for every child from the age of 26 weeks until they reach school age. Costs for 2026, while not free for everyone, it is heavily subsidized. The government covers at least 75% of the cost. Nursery, under 3 years, in Copenhagen, the 2026 rate is approximately 4,172 Danish kroner per month, excluding lunch. Kindergarten, over 3 years, the rate drops to approximately 2,333 Danish kroner per month. Income-based subsidy, free care, for 2026, the income thresholds have been raised to help more families, 100% free, if your household income is below 218,100 Danish kroner per year. Partial subsidy, if your income is between 218,101 and 677,499 Danish kroner. Sibling discount, if you have more than one child in daycare, you pay full price for the most expensive place and only 50% for the others. 3. Recent delays, 2026 update. It is worth noting that a planned national budget measure to further reduce parental payments was postponed in late December 2025. Originally slated for 2026, the additional fee cuts are now scheduled to take effect in 2027. Would you like me to find a rent calculator?
All right, so there we go. So, yeah, that's just to have something to compare Mamdani with, right? What he, since people want to say he's a, social democrat or whatever, and I think it's interesting to have some context on what they mean by socialism. And generally what they mean is capitalistic nations in Europe that have subsidized programs by the government. So in this case, you could see in Denmark, again, it's subsidized. It's not always free. And this goes to, we have private schools here too, and the government might subsidize some of it. It depends on your income. Right. And there is something, I don't have it anymore. I don't qualify it anymore. I think it's just because maybe I make just a little too much. But they have something called BOLI Seekring, which is housing insurance, right? And if you happen, every month they might return some of the money that you pay for rent, depending on what you make. So let's say like this, for an example, my flat, I have like 140 square meter flat, right? That I live in Copenhagen, right? I've been here for some years, but let's just say I lose my job and go on unemployment, right? Obviously, I will get like 80% of my pay, right? So that means I'm making less money. But right then and there, I would get some kind of subsidy through the housing rules in Copenhagen. So they would maybe come in and subsidize a part of my rent, maybe 10% of it or whatever, to make sure that I'm still, able to live within the live. Yeah, basically. So my economy's not so messed up. So these are the kind of things that they have in Denmark right now, just to give you an example. Now, let me just go back to what they were saying about Mamdani and some of the things that he actually wanted, right? So let me see here. Where's my camera? Is that up? Okay, here we go. Let's listen a little more, and then I'm going to be out of here. I'll be back in like 6 hours again, y'all. But I'd appreciate everybody that came out today for this stream. Yeah, and always have a happy new year, a beginning of your year. And I know it's been tough for some people, Yeah, if you can find a way to stay busy, and doing things that are meaningful to you, that would be my suggestion for people that are going through things, right? It helps to have something to do, right? And creative maybe, or whatever, you decide what that is for you. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming out, and Happy New Year's to everybody. Now, let me just rock this one out a little bit more.
There is a multi-billion-dollar price tag. Joining me now to discuss, Fordham University is up to 5 years old.
Okay, they're discussing right now. They're going to describe Mamdani's plan for New York City.
Public swearing-in ceremony.
Hey, Bits, I see you.
Is promising
Thank you, Sassy Mo.
A pretty ambitious agenda. Universal child care for children.
I am. Also, you appreciate it.
Children up to 5 years old, freezing rent prices for 2 million residents, and making buses free across the city, all of which carries a multi-billion-dollar price tag.
Multi-billion-dollar sounds like a lot, but let me tell you, in a city like Washington, D.C., man, in 1 year, I heard D.C. got $1 billion in just and tickets, parking tickets, damn near. I believe, let me look that up, but it's something like that. So when you think of these major cities and you hear billion, don't let that hit you like that's a whole goddamn lot. These cities generating a lot of goddamn money from taxpayers. So don't let it, don't let it fool you when you hear that. No, but.
Joining me now to discuss, Fordham University Associate Professor of Political Science, Christina Greer. Christina, thank you for joining us. It is now the Mamdani era for New York City. We listed some of those campaign promises. Are those changes what New Yorkers are truly needing most at this moment in time? And how does he go about pulling those promises off, getting the buy-in needed from state lawmakers, given that tremendous price tag for those ambitious plans?
Yeah, you see how CNN described it as tremendous, but what makes that tremendous in New York City? How do we qualify that? What's New York City's GDP, for one? What does the state earn in tax revenue from the citizens? Let me look that up real quick. I'm gonna let this play.
Absolutely, Brian. I mean, it was an ambitious agenda, but if you think about it, around this time last year, Mamdani was polling at about 3%. And so he had a really robust campaign where he was consistent. Those issues that you laid out, those policy issues about free buses and rent freezes and affordability for New Yorkers, were something that really resonated with millions upon millions of New Yorkers because they've been feeling the squeeze. Now, it's going to be very difficult to implement quite a bit of his agenda because we have to rely on not just the federal government in funding, but also the state government. We know that Kathy.
So those that want to know, for the fiscal year ending in 2025, New York City's gross metropolitan product, that's GMP, that's New York City. The total value of all goods and services produced within the 5 boroughs is estimated to be approximately $1 trillion a year. So just to qualify what you're hearing here.
Hochul, though, our governor of New York State, is up for re-election this year, and her primary is in June. And so that does give Mamdani an opportunity to sort of trade, the support of his many followers who came to the polls, because Kathy Hochul definitely needs a robust showing.
Okay. And so just to qualify that number again, the local, right, the local tax revenue for each year in New York for 2025, what was just reported, is roughly $76 billion just for that one fiscal year. So keep that in mind when you hear them talk about funding and what your taxes are for,
Of downstate New Yorkers, that's those New Yorkers in New York City, to make sure she gets across the finish line, not just in June, but also in November. But these are issues, Brian, that New Yorkers have said they're the reason why they can't live a sort of a free and fulfilling life in New York City because of the cost of getting to and from places and also the cost of living in the city.
Okay, I do want to talk about the venue for Mamdani's swearing-in ceremony. You heard him talk a little bit about it there, that it's a testament to the transportation issue. This is starkly different from what we saw with now former Mayor Eric Adams for his swearing-in ceremony. What is the meaning and the messaging behind this venue and the ceremony being private?
Well, many mayors have a private ceremony right at the stroke of midnight when they're sworn in. And then we know Mamdani not only is going to be sworn in a public ceremony in front of City Hall at 1 o'clock, but also he's having a block party so that New Yorkers and non-New Yorkers can come and see and celebrate. As you mentioned, he has Bernie Sanders coming in from Vermont. He's got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who represents the Bronx and Queens, coming in as well. And there'll be lots of dignitaries from New York City and New York State to help all New Yorkers celebrate. I do think that the location, though, is really important because transportation has been such a key and pivotal part of Mamdani's campaign promise. I'm a transportation nerd. I had the honor of being down under that subway station, actually under City Hall. You can see chandeliers. You can see that we once had a really grand transportation system at one point in time. The tile, the light fixtures. And so I think that it was a foreshadowing to what he wants to bring back to the New York City public transportation system.
And Christina, there's also something that's looming over the start of a new era in New York, and that is President Donald Trump. While he first went on the offensive with Mamdani, they're meeting at the White House in November, as you may remember.
That was wild. Mamdani had a spell on Trump, actually. That was very, very interesting.
Ended on a much more positive note. How much do we think that the Trump administration will influence Mamdani's tenure?
You know what? I don't think Trump's going to do anything about New York. And you know why? I don't think it would be him because he comes from that city. So people have to have loads of dirt on Donald J. Trump out of New York City. And I think right now there's a whole lot of people that hate Donald J. Trump from New York City. And I just think the man is finished there. And that's what I would be thinking. It's just a guess. I don't know what the hell it is. But I mean, you have to admit that meeting didn't go any way that anybody expected. Nobody called that meeting. Everybody. First of all, the right wing was expecting that Trump just shit all over Mamdani. Why? Because he's a Muslim, he's an immigrant, and he's a Democrat, and he's a socialist, right? Isn't that what he said? Apparently, that's what Trump. So they had all these points that generally mean they're going to walk all over him. But it didn't happen. And of course, Democrats would think the same thing. Like, damn, what's going to happen here? No, it didn't happen at all. that meeting went off smoothly. That was the smoothest shit I ever. I was like, damn, this guy. he if he's going to operate like this, I think he's a great pick, because that means Mamdani has something special. He just seems to make the impossible seem possible. And that's what it looked like. I mean, to me, it seemed like, damn, I learned something from watching Mamdani. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's going to be a good moment for New York, though. And New Yorkers are interesting people. You do never count New Yorkers out. Don't count New Yorkers out. And I do like New York, man. I know some really cool, down to earth New Yorkers, man. They're very interesting people. And I'm talking about from many different backgrounds. You will be surprised about the history and heritage of New Yorkers, man, what they carry in their bones, like the way they are as people. Like, yo, they really like to, they just down to earth, Of course, maybe some areas are a little different, but that's been my experience in New York, man. A lot of real people coming out of New York that know what struggle is, and always interesting in finding a new job, a new friend, somebody different that they can work with, someone that's got some new interesting ideas. They're always interested in meeting new people in New York. So let's see here. Let me just hear a little more, though.
Here.
Okay, so that's their criticism. That was brief. Nah, that wasn't brief. That was the little commercial break. But I want to hear a little more, and then I'm going to be out for the moment. Here we go. This is just the last part.
That remains to be seen. I mean, we've seen, the president's quite erratic. If you look at some of his tweets just from a few hours ago, we know that it was a highly productive meeting, largely because Mamdani came in and was very prepared. They talked about affordable housing. We know that the president cares deeply about real estate, not necessarily New York, but real estate itself. And so the framing of their conversation was productive. Obviously, it'll be strained. They disagree on.
That's another thing. He would be against rent control, right, Trump? But he knew that was going to be one of his priorities, and yet it still went over. That is going to go down as one of the most mysterious meetings of Trump's presidency. Like, damn, the Mamdani. What happened with Mamdani? I want to know myself.
ICE interventions. They disagree on certain aspects of immigration, of undocumented New Yorkers, of which there are several who keep the city alive and running. So we'll definitely have some pressure points as the time goes on. But I think it's very difficult.
Yeah, you thought he fell in love with him, huh? Yeah, me too.
Difficult to know where the president will be, because if we've seen his behavior in these last few weeks and months, it does not have a clear path of policy or otherwise.
And Christina, last thing I do.
And that is scary to know who Trump is in love with. That is like, and what is behind it? Who the hell knows? It's hard to guess with Trump on this one. It is hard to guess. I'm going to be honest with you. I would not be surprised one bit if Trump liked men. I'm going to tell you that. And the only reason why I say that is because it's a lot of times when you hear this stuff, the misogyny, sometimes it just makes me wonder, like, he sounds like he hates women. So then what else would there be? Look, I'm just serious. Like, is he undercover or some shit? Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you just hate women this much, what else is there to it? And you see that the queer sector in the Republican Party is almost always undercover. It's never out there in the open. It's they hate it at the same time that it's going on, and they masking themselves as all kinds of stuff. I mean, I just wouldn't be surprised. And maybe they find out later. Maybe in this Epstein files, you might find out that, hey, they covering up some. Maybe the reason why it's getting covered up is got something to do with that. You just never know. You never know. But I know one thing for sure. This meeting, that is it's unexplainable. It's hard to know what the hell it is. Everyone would like to know. So, I mean, Trump waves for his cameras here. I mean, that's sick. Sure seems like. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, could he be bi? Could Trump be bi? I mean, could he be? I don't know, man. But I don't even want to know. So in any case, I see I'm taking it too far. I don't even fucking want to know. But it's something hard to put a finger on. And that would kill MAGA. That would kill MAGA, yo. If they found that shit out, that would just like not that they are hard to kill. They won't die, will they? It's like, because you would think there's been bad enough information already and they still capping for him. But what if they found that out? That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Anyway, I'm out. I'll be back with you guys in a few, about 6 hours, 5 hours, something like that from now. I'll be back. I got days now. I'm off. I got like 1, 2, 3. I think I got 4 days in a row off from work, if not 5. So I'm really going to be loving this time of the year. I appreciate everybody. Happy New Year to everybody. Bits, I appreciate you again. Thanks for modding and thanks for your support, with the memberships and everything. Let me check your email and check that shipper information. It should be in that email you got, definitely. And Sassy Mo, good to see you again. Rafiq, good to see you again. Appreciate that. The Way to the Truth. Yeah, thanks for coming through, no doubt. And yeah, everybody else, I appreciate you. I don't know who I'm leaving. Am I leaving somebody else? Thornton. Yo, big up Thornton. I appreciate that, Ed. Appreciate you also. And we catch up soon. I'll be back in like 4 some hours, everybody. Y'all be blessed. And until then, enjoy your day, all right? Thanks for spending some time with me. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. That's right.
Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed.
Everybody,
so just relax, just hear a dope track. Your rhymes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. Your rhymes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills. Cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep to me
just
relax and just hear my dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear my dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. See a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo,